Good evening, everyone. I'd like to acknowledge the land in which we live, learn, work, and play. It's Treaty 8 territory. Traditional lands of the Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. For the record this evening, we have Councillor Boussier joining us online on Teams. And Councillor Boussier, please have your video camera turned on so for voting purposes, we can see if your hands raised, please. Can I have someone make the motion to reconvene in public? Councillor Weigel.
I move that the meeting reconvene in public.
Thank you. Can I have a second for that motion? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. Can I have a call for a vote? All in favor, raise your hand. And that's unanimous. Thank you. If anyone in attendance wishes to address council on any of the agenda items, please register now with the legislative services located to my right, as I'm only calling upon those who have registered before the item is brought up to speak. Following your submission, please remain available for questions, and you may register prior to the start of the agenda item which you're speaking, and registered delegates may have up to 5 minutes to speak. Before I drop the agenda, does anyone wish to have serve notice of motion? Not seeing any. If those notice of motion, please press the microphone button on Teams and raise your hand. And I understand that Councillor may wish to amend the agenda. Councillor Ball.
I move that the agenda be amended by removing item number 7.3, Fiscal Responsibility Policy, FIN 160, and that the agenda be adopted as amended.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any further amendments to the agenda or debates? I'm not seeing any. Call for a vote. All in favor? And that's passed unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Hearing none, I'll make someone make that motion. Councillor Weigel.
I move that the recommendations contained in items 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3 be approved.
Thank you. Have someone second that motion. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
And I'll call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously as well. We have a few proclamations this evening. The first proclamation. The first is the International Day of Elimination of Racial Discrimination, and the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo is committed to fostering a safe and inclusive community where all people have equal opportunity and treatment. And whereas every resident of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo has the right to realize their full potential regardless of race, color, ancestry, or place of origin, and be treated with respect and dignity. And whereas the General Assembly of the United Nations has designated March 21st as International Day for Elimination of Racial Discrimination, and whereas the Regional Municipality of Buffalo acknowledges historical and ongoing racism and racial discrimination faced by residents, and whereas the Regional Municipality of Buffalo is committed to eliminating racism and racial discrimination by raising awareness, mutual understanding, and fostering of an inclusive environment for all. Now, therefore, I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Buffalo, do hereby proclaim March 21st, 2023 as International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. And I'd also like to thank KG Benjoko for being here tonight and for all she does for that committee. The second proclamation is a World Theater Day, and proclamation reads as follows. Whereas World Theater Day is celebrated every year on March 27th and designated by the International Theater Institute in 1961. Whereas World Theater Day celebrates the essence, beauty, and importance of theater arts, its significant role in entertainment, and the symbolic impact that theater has on life. And whereas World Theater Day serves to inform governments, politicians, institutions, and stakeholders around the world about the value of the theater and its potential to support economic growth. And whereas theater helps promote social discourse, dialogue, and potential social change as a cultural phenomenon that encourages societal and self-reflection. And whereas our region is proud of its vibrant theater arts community and contribution to theater as an opportunity for self-expression, exploration, and connection. Now, therefore, I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Buffalo, do hereby proclaim March 27th, 2023 as World Theater Day. And also would like to thank Hannah Friedland for joining us today from the Swamp Rat Experience. Moving on to presentations, we have the Wood Buffalo Development and Tourism Update. I'd like to invite Kevin Weidlich, President and Chief Executive Officer for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism, to present. Thanks, Kevin. Whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Kevin Weidlich, President and CEO of Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism. And thanks for giving us the opportunity to share an update with you on our economic development and tourism programs. Lots of things to navigate here. I'll begin by speaking about our focus to drive the economic competitiveness of Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo. Then I'll report on two of our major programs and their key performance indicators. They are the Commercial and Retail Attraction Program and our Workforce Development Program. So about competitiveness. Our focus over the next 5 years is to work closely with stakeholders, rights holders, and the municipality to make Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo more competitive. And as I often say, economic development is a team sport. It takes many in the community to help to grow the local economy. And competition is fundamental to a well-functioning economy. And competition is essential when for attracting new business and investments into our region, retaining local customers, and keeping hard-earned dollars in our region. And healthy competition leads to lower prices, higher quality goods and services, and greater variety for residents and families. So now about specifically the Commercial and Retail Development Program. I'd like to thank Council for helping us to make progress in creating a pro-business environment. The pro-business committee of Council is one great example, and as well the Downtown Revitalization Incentives Program. It really sends a positive signal to the business community that the municipality really cares about seeing development, especially commercial and retail development in the community. They contribute immensely for our ability to compete with other regions and other communities in Alberta. And they all send the right message that we're open and ready. Developers used to ask why Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo. We would pitch. Today we're now hearing where in Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo. So now they're leaning in, and now they're generally interested. I look forward to sharing with you some details. This slide here shows qualified leads. Qualified leads for developers are those commercial developers that have the capability, wherewithal, and interest to actually invest in a commercial development of some sort. For the years leading up to 2021, Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo had about 8 developers actively interested in working in the region. From 2021 to 2022, that jumped to 19, and at this point in time, for 2023 year to date, that's increased by another 4 in the span of 2 months. Something's going on. It's really quite positive. So obviously, many economic conditions come into play, and many factors are involved. But one really interesting factor is that in 2021, we undertook a commercial retail analysis to understand what the demand in the region is and what the value proposition is that Fort McMurray has to offer developers and retailers. We spent 2021 gathering that data, and at the front end of 2022, we started using that information to sell the region to developers and commercial retailers. Some of those numbers are a result of that effort. I want to underscore, though, it takes way more than one small organization to cause those numbers to change. It includes developers, the finance community, the municipality, government, many others, but we're seeing progress. So I talked about in discussion and active interest. The way we show progress and we measure progress is we break up our sales funnel into segments. And we talk about in discussion. That's when we pitch Fort McMurray to a potential retailer or a developer. We basically answer the question why Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo is a great place to do business. When they lean in, when they gather the information and realize that this is going to fit with their business model, Then they ask us the question, where can I go? Where? When they do that, they've moved down the pipe to active interest. We then work with them in detail. The whole community does. It's not just our organization, to get to a negotiated agreement of some sort, whether it's a land transaction, whether it's a leasehold improvements, signing a signature for a lease, or some sort of commitment. When they get to that point, that's an exciting period of time. And then it's just a matter of time for them to get under construction. Lots of factors at play, but we measure progress accordingly, and I look forward to sharing with you some numbers. Here we are. So as I mentioned, in 2021, we started pitching the value proposition. So what we do is we measure the amount of square feet of commercial development, and we measure it in the aggregate. And to give everybody an understanding of the scale, one big box store is about 20 to 25,000 square feet. So it gives you an idea of the development and the scale of work. So for the years leading up to 2021, about 1.3 million was in discussion and $500,000 was at active interest. But when we started pitching the value proposition by getting face time with developers, and as the community started singing off the same song sheet, we jumped by 500,000 square feet. That's a lot of square feet in the span of 1 year. And that expanded even further by over 100,000 square feet as well. So what's happening is the interest in Fort McMurray is increasing. Now there's still lots of work to do. We haven't increased the formally committed number. I'm confident later this year we'll see that number increase, but I can't give you any promises because there's too many factors at play. But it is a sign of progress. So I've been talking about the value proposition. What's the value proposition? Here are some big takeaways from our commercial retail analysis. Fort McMurray's population continues to have double the national average in household income, double. Our disposable income is still #1 in the country, and it's roughly double the national average as well at over $150,000 per family. That's a lot of spending power. And when we look at the size of our market of $1.85 billion a year of spending that our region does in commercial and retail goods, 40% of it drives down the highway. That's $700 million that leaves our community every single year. We need to capture that. So that translates to a today demand of 950,000 square feet. That's how much demand is in the region for commercial and retail space. That's a big number, and it's a big deal. We need to fill that. That's why the previous slide showing $950,000 of active interest is really interesting to me. Now developers are asking, where can I locate in Fort McMurray? And in fact, I should say Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, because there's interest beyond just the urban service area as well. Those that are interested can see our full report, our detailed report on our website. The link is on the page. It's just a matter of going online. If you're looking for it and you don't have the ability to look at the screen, rmwb.ca and follow the links to reports. So I just want to reiterate some important context. Our role is to market and promote all new land development opportunities, and this square footage numbers that I'm sharing are only the numbers that we as an organization are tracking. It's not an overview of the broad economy. There's much more activity that we're not even aware of. These are these numbers are related to our relationships with the development, retailers, and industrial communities. I want to emphasize development is not fast. Multi-year cycle. It'll take years, even after they make the decision. This is why it was important for me to share with you the progress over the last few years of how they're moving down the sales funnel. Otherwise, it's really tough to show you what's going on. And of course, all this program supports our 5-year strategic goal, which is to attract new business and private investment into the region, which is overall supportive of the council's strategic goals. Next, I'll dive into workforce development programs, and I'm cognizant of time. So I won't spend a lot of time on this. Just last December, I was here with our colleagues from the YMCA, Keano College, and the Chamber talking about the Workforce Immigration and Support Program. So I'll share with you some numbers from that, as well as the Keano College International Students Program that we partner with. I really want to emphasize economic development as a team sport, and these community partners have played critical roles, namely the municipality, the Regional Labor Committee, chaired by the Chamber of Commerce and other organizations that participate in that, the YMCA of Northern Alberta, and the Keano College. So our workforce development KPIs, we simply track new jobs, very simple. So and this is new jobs as a result or closely correlated to the programs that we deliver. So I have two programs on your screen, the Workforce Immigration Support Program. We started in late September, October timeframe, and the span of three months and a bit, 21 new jobs. So how do we know that? Our role, I personally sign an endorsement letter that confirms that a permanent job offer was made by an employer in the region to that immigrant candidate, and they get fast-tracked on the path to permanent residency. To date, in 2023, we're at 23, and I just assigned a few more letters earlier today. So that's very competitive with other rural communities that participate in the current program. I hope to get to a point where we're generally significantly ahead of communities like Grand Prairie and other communities that participate in the program. Keano College International Student Program that we work with closely with Keano College, the original goal was to hit 300 students in 3 years. So in the span of a couple of years, we're at 441, and we've really only finished year one of the program. So in 2021, before the program, 128 students at Keano. When we launched the program for 2022, 267, and 73 of those students had jobs. And today, we have 441 students. I expect that we'll hit 1,000 students by the end of the 3-year program. And you can see how these two programs alone support these 4 goals that are part of the rmwb strategic plan. And it, of course, supports our goal 1, which is to support local business. And all of this is in the context of significant labor challenges across Canada. 100 million job vacancies across Canada. In Alberta, there are 100,000 more jobs than we have people to fill them. And 80% of employers are short staff. Our organization is one of them. And over half of business operations are impacted. So those are real challenging figures. But the fact that we have 2 programs that attract people into the region is a step in the right direction and helps us to stand out amongst the crowd. Many of the questions we get from retailers are, okay, great opportunity, but can I get labor? And our answer is really simple. Things are tough all over across the country for labor right now, but we're in a pretty good spot, all things considered. And we have these programs that set us apart. And when they hear about that, then they realize that we're committed. That's a feather in our cap as a community. That's my update to you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Kevin. Really appreciate it. And speaking with Keano, really thank you for the work you do with Keano College and industry on keeping even our local students here in the community and working in the community. I have a few questions myself. I know with the success of the Alberta Winter Games we had here, we had 2,000 ambassadors basically for the region go out into Alberta and the Northern Hemisphere and had an amazing time in the community. Do we have with economic development and tourism, do you have staff that are actively looking for other opportunities like the Alberta Winter Games to come into the region?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yes, as a matter of fact, that is, so we have a sport and events attraction team, and in fact, we're just fleshing out the team right now. Part of the labor shortage, we're just in the midst of hiring. But the good news is we have a team working on it specifically to attract new sporting events, and we hope to be in a positive announcement about at least one event over the next 24 months.
Excellent, yeah, because I know those take a long time to prepare for, and that was this Winter Games was even before your time. So I appreciate the efforts in that and doing that. And when you talk about the square footage and the need for it in the community, are they also looking at I know we have one mall that's almost empty downtown. Is that one of the square footage areas that we have looking at? I know you can't go into specifics, but is that an area we have interest in?
Yeah, so I'm not allowed to go into specifics, but what I can do is say that, so those numbers are both new potential development and upgrade of existing space.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation, Kevin. And as we discussed, are you able to provide steps that Wood Buffalo economic development and tourism can take so rural businesses can be successful?
Well, indeed. So, as a matter of fact, as I mentioned, we're in the hiring process as well for a rural and Indigenous relations person who will focus on providing business support programming. And so that person will provide support both in terms of tourism development as well as entrepreneur and business support programs. So when we promote Startup YMM as a business incubator and all of the various business support programs that are delivered through that platform, that serves the entire region, not just Fort McMurray Urban Service Area. So the person that we're bringing on board will be focused on making sure that businesses have access to that programming, whether it be through online or in person, as we're able to deliver them.
Thank you. So are they able to provide support and lobbying efforts for rural hamlets who do not have shipping services like Canada Post, Loomis, and FedEx?
Well, so short answer, yes, and I'll personally undertake some of that lobbying effort.
Thank you.
And I have to say, when I learned of the issue, when we chatted about it the other day, I was astonished to learn that Canada Post wasn't already offering package delivery services in Anzac. So we need to get to the bottom of that and figure it out. It is, to Canada Post's credit, they have introduced some new pilot programs, and those programs are designed for rural and remote regions. So now it's just a matter of getting the word out and making sure that the retailers, the gas stations, the retailers that would otherwise provide a support like that and provide a service like that to undertake it. And they're able to scale it down to make it a little bit better off for the retailer. It's usually an issue of the business proposition.
Correct. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kevin, for the presentation. I always appreciate the updates. I just wanted to clarify a couple things just for myself. When you talk about qualified leads, and I know you got into it a little bit, it was like when they start leaning in and asking where, is that what you consider a qualified lead? Like when your numbers go from 8 to 19, is that 19 people actively looking for a space, or is that 19 people that have just kind of asked the question?
Oh, it's active looking. So, so I use that as an analogy to drive the point home. But indeed, so first of all, qualified lead is absolutely a qualified lead. These aren't tire kickers in every respect. So when they say where, they've already undertaken the work to find. First of all, they've done the math for their pro forma business cases, and they've generally already hired a commercial broker to help them start to look. So this isn't just them asking after one meeting. This is a genuine commitment to making an investment in the region and putting some time, effort, and money behind it.
Awesome. Thank you. And just one other question. You were talking about students, go down here, 441 international students. So is that 441 international students that are now here, or that now are in the workforce that are here?
It's 441 students enrolled at Keano College that are international students.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kevin, for the presentation. I'm sure you're familiar with my normal questions. A good presentation, lots of statistics to show all the good works you've been doing and all that. But just like an average woman or adult in the community, when I know, and then you said it's going to be a long, long time before we can see redevelopments. And then when the properties are developed, then retailers will come. So it looks like we are in for a long wait. Is there anything you can share that would be exciting?
So that's thank you, and I get it. So let me put it this way. There are many retailers at a much smaller scale that are able to move quickly, and we see those retailers pop up. The degree of our involvement with that is usually less because it's a straightforward business transaction, and there's not a lot of concierge-like services that we have to provide. So, for example, you've seen we've seen Eagle Ridge fill up.
Yes.
right? So, we of course make sure that those potential retailers have adequate information, and they of course have those relationships with the developers. So those, when there's ready space available, retailers generally lean in, and we're already seeing that progress, and we're seeing those businesses come into town. So that's definitely a good thing. Also, our conversations with developers, when they make a commitment to develop, they don't just sit on their hands and hope that retailers will come. More often than not, they have at least one anchor that's with them, and in some cases, multiple tenants. And generally, they come in clusters. So once a commitment's made, and the ability to actually get underway in terms of construction happens, it can happen quickly, but measured in terms of years. So I just showed you 3 years of hard work. So at the end of 3 years, a few developers on the cusp of making major investments. Some developers that already own land are about to close deals with retailers. I didn't talk much about the retailers or the tenants piece. I focused on the developers today. But so that's all progress. So in terms of timelines, we'll see some more retailers in the region in the next 12 to 15 months. And then we'll see larger developments over the next 24 to 36 to 48 months.
Thank you. And then my final question for now. The attraction of the international students to Keano College is very encouraging, and is a good thing. But I shared the gap that I think is there is about families that come with the students, like husband that left everything to come here. We are short of labor. These folks come in with qualifications, with lots of experience. I don't know how we can engage them better, how we can help them integrate into into our community. This might not be an answer that you can give, but I think I shared before that I was reviewed somebody's resume that has a PhD in environmental technology and is been sitting around, and so many other people like that. So I'm just wondering how we can better engage them and integrate them fully into Canada and into our region.
So we have two very successful programs that are led by our community partners, namely the YMCA. And so we have the Newcomer Immigration Network, the NIN, and as well the Foreign Worker Program. And so the Newcomer Immigration Network provides specific services to any newcomer, especially immigrants, including meeting. I talk too much. Yeah. So all that to say, the YMCA is the lead on these programs, and they're the best organization to help with that. And the Newcomer Immigration Network is probably the right place for them. So it's just a matter of referring them to them.
Thank you. Thanks again.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko. Any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Kevin. We'll now move into the public hearing for bylaw number 23/003, land use bylaw number 99/059, and Timberley Area Structure Plan, bylaw number 01/020 amendments. 110 Prospect Drive, Lot 25, Block 20, Plan 1524140. Before declaring the public hearing open, I'm going to give a quick overview of the process. I'll declare the public hearing opened, followed by an introduction of the item by administration and questions from council. Following that, we'll hear an opening statement from the applicant. Then we'll move into written submissions and any speakers and verbal submissions from any speakers present, followed by questions of council. To conclude, we will hear closing statements. Then the hearing will be declared closed. I hereby declare the public hearing open. The public hearing is a legislative process, and in making a decision on a proposed recommendation, council can only consider information received through this hearing. As a reminder for council members, it is important that everyone participate for the duration of the hearing. Should you need to leave the chamber during the public hearing, please call for a point of privilege. We can take a brief recess. So first, I'd like to invite Brad McMurdo, Director of Planning and Development, to provide the introduction and opening statement.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Brad McMurdo, Director of Planning and Development. Joining me this evening is Christopher Booth, Manager of Community Development Planning. We are here this evening to present 2 amendments to facilitate a proposed commercial development at 110 Prospect Drive in Timberlea. The site is presently vacant and is located across the street from Stony Creek Village Shopping Centre. The first amendment is a land use bylaw amendment to rezone the property from R3 medium residential to C1 community commercial. The intent is to redistrict the site to accommodate neighborhood scale commercial development, including community oriented retail and commercial services. The second amendment this evening is a mapping change in the Timberlea area structure plan to ensure consistency between the land use bylaw and the area structure plan. The subject property is located within the Stone Creek neighborhood, and is bordered by the multifamily apartment buildings to the north, Stony Creek Plaza to the east, single-family residential homes to the south, and park space to the west. The site was subdivided from a multifamily development property in 2015 and sold to a new property owner. It should be noted that this is the second attempt at rezoning the parcel. In 2016, the previous owner proposed to rezone the site to C2, Mixed Transitional Commercial District. However, this proposal included uses such as service stations that were perceived by nearby residents to be contentious. The current owner is also seeking to develop the property as a commercial site, but has recognized the past challenges and made efforts to address them. As such, the applicant engaged a professional consultant to ensure that the proposal was socialized with the public in an open and transparent manner. Urban Systems, the consultant, began by posting information on large signs on the site. They also did mail-outs of postcards to 39 properties advertising the amendment, and they also went door to door to discuss with neighbors the proposed development. In addition to that, 2 online engagement sessions were also hosted. These efforts resulted in discussions with 21 neighbors. Planning and Development also mailed out notices to neighbors within 100 meters of the site. I'd like to just acknowledge that there's a correction in the council report. We did say 60 meters. In fact, the notification distance is 100 meters. 2 residents reached out in response to the mail out, citing concerns around traffic and potential for a gas station. Staff followed up to describe the steps that would be taken to address past concerns. The proposed redistricting of the subject parcel effectively balances the property owner's desires to develop and the concerns of nearby residents. The modified C1 Community Commercial District will provide more appropriate neighborhood scale development. To further mitigate neighbor concerns and acknowledge past sensitivities, Planning and Development worked with the applicants to tailor the amendment to a lower intensity commercial district. This entailed not only pursuing the C1 district rather than the C2 district as was pursued in the past, but also removing sensitive uses from the district such as a gas bar and a liquor store. The proposal is consistent with the municipal development plan and is largely supported by the policies in the Timberlea area structure plan, leaving only the need to amend the land use concept map. Administration does support the proposed land use bylaw amendment and the amendment to the Timberlea area structure plan. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Brad. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to Brad. Thank you for the presentation. So are the districts set out in the area structure plan?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, yes, they would identify different uses, so different residential uses, different commercial uses, and then those would be further specified into the different types of commercial that might be available within certain geographic areas.
So is it a normal process for municipalities to change the districts after the area structure plan has been approved?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, that is correct. It is common practice. Area structure plans can have a life cycle of 5, 10, 15, 20 years. A lot can change over that span of time. So area structure plans, policy documents often need to be sort of like living documents that need to be, are required to change to meet the current trends or the current situation happening within each respective community that they represent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Brad, and thanks for the support, Chris. Next, I'd like to move on to opening comments from the applicant. I'd like to invite Mike Caldwell, Senior Planner, Principal Urban Systems, to come forward.
Good evening, Your Worship. I'm here on the screen. Hopefully you can hear me all right.
Yes, we can. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll keep my opening comments quite brief. Mr. McMurdo did a great job explaining our application. Thank you, members of council, this evening for your consideration. We did want to just very quickly present to you, we felt like what was done back in 2015 with the previous owner was very kind of informative for us. There is still a desire to develop this land commercially, but C2 was not the right way to go, obviously, from opposition that was discussed with the community. And so we wanted to kind of go over and above with our community engagement. As Mr. McMurdo had mentioned, we wanted to actually meet our neighbors. We wanted to talk with them and understand their concerns, especially with that previous C2 district. And so going in with a C1 proposal, it is community scaled. It is lower intensity than that C2 that was previously proposed. Again, we did the postcards, we did the mailouts, we did signage on the property, we did door knocking, and we did online webinars as well too, just to make sure that we could sort of meet people where they were at and and best understand their potential concerns. And so we heard loud and clear that there was a couple of uses in particular that were of concern for those residents, those being gas bar and liquor store. And so we wanted to modify our application to help mitigate those concerns by eliminating those from our application. So we feel like this is an appropriate location for this type of low intensity commercial use, and we look forward to council's support. So happy to answer any questions when appropriate from council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Mike. Have we received any written submissions that need to be acknowledged for the record?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Confirming for the record support of the application from Director Calligrew of 1445705 Alberta Limited.
Thank you. Do we have any registered for verbal submission?
Thank you. Confirming for the record, we have nobody registered for verbal submissions this evening.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the gallery wishing to come forward to present? Are there any further questions for administration? As a reminder, once the public hearing is closed, no further questions or information gathering can occur. Does administration or the applicant have anything further they wish to add? Any closing comments? I'll now declare this public hearing closed. Coming out of the public hearing, we now have second and third readings of bylaw number 23/003 for council consideration. Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading? Councilor McGrath.
I move that bylaw number 23/003 being an amendment to the land use bylaw number 99/059 and the Timberley area structure plan bylaw number 01/020 Pacific to 110 Prospect Drive, Lot 25, Block 20, Plan 152, 4140 be read a second time.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Can I have a seconder? Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Are there any comments or debates of council? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 23/003 be read a third and final time.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Ball.
I second that motion.
Are there any other comments or debate points of council? Not seeing any, I call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. As a reminder, members of the public present in the gallery who wish to speak to an agenda item, they must register with Legislative Services prior to the start of that item. And just a note, I'd like to thank all the community members from Draper being here tonight. It's good to see the community out and involved with this tonight. So next we move on to the Draper Household Flood Risk Reduction Grant and Voluntary Buyout Program. I'd like to invite Kelly Hansen, Director, Strategic Planning and Program Management, and Brad McMurdo, Director of Planning and Development, to introduce the report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kelly Hansen, Director of Strategic Planning and Program Management. I'm here this evening with my colleague Brad McMurdo, Director of Planning and Development. Tonight we'll be presenting on 2 proposed programs for the community of Draper in response to Council's motions that were passed on January 23rd. I will present the information related to the Draper Household Flood Risk Reduction Grant Program, and Director McMurdo will present information related to the Draper Voluntary Buyout Program. To support the conversation tonight, we'll first review administration's recommendations regarding these programs. Following that, we'll provide a brief summary of the recent history and background and what brought us to this point. I'll then walk through some of the details regarding the recommended policy for the grant program, including the program's intent, design, disbursement maximums. I'll close my portion of the presentation by talking about options, cost, and rationale for the recommended program. Director McMurdo will then lead you through our relevant information for the voluntary buyout program and outline its intent as well as options, cost, and rationale. Administration is recommending the following 2 motions for Council's consideration this evening: that the Draper Household Flood Risk Reduction Program, FIN 420, as outlined in Attachment 1, be approved, and that Council be directed to proceed with offering a voluntary buyout program for properties in Draper below 250.9 meters at the highest assessed property value between the years of 2020 to 2022, and that the program be open until September 29th, 2023. On January 23rd, 2023, administration presented a number of flood mitigation options to Council for the community of Draper. Ultimately, Council passed a motion that flood accommodation be approved as the flood mitigation option in the community. The completion of this decision, to complement this decision, Council passed 2 additional motions: that administration bring forward a household flood risk reduction grant program for eligible properties within the community of Draper by March 14th, 2023, and that administration bring forward possible voluntary buyout options for properties in Draper below the 1 in 200 year elevation for Council's consideration by March 14th, 2023. It's important to note that by passing the first motion on January 23rd, 2023, Council acknowledged that flooding will continue to occur periodically within the community and that it will not be protected by structural mitigation. The change to flood accommodation means that the municipality will limit additional municipal infrastructure in Draper, and that administration, council, and residents all have roles in reducing vulnerabilities related to flood damage. I'll now begin to speak specifically to the elements of the Household Flood Risk Reduction Grant. Understanding and being aligned to the intent of the program is very important, as it will help to guide administration's actions once the program has been approved by council and we're in the implementation phase. The intent of the program is to provide homeowners with the opportunity to qualify for financial support as they work to reduce their household-specific flood risk. The program is not intended to duplicate DRP, insurance, or provide remediation following a flood event. An important consideration is that the program does not mandate residents to undertake certain risk reduction activities. that they may not be comfortable with. It's designed to support homeowners' decision-making that can assist them in taking steps towards increased resiliency. The program, as currently recommended, has 3 categories or streams that are intended to help homeowners identify eligible projects. Each stream has a recommended maximum dollar amount, which would be supported financially by the RMWB. Stream 1, critical services and utilities. The movement of items such as hot water tanks, electrical panels, and furnaces to be above certain elevations as determined this evening. Stream 2, retrofitted building materials, the replacement of existing building materials that are below a certain elevation, which would be determined this evening, with more flood resilient building materials such as spray foam insulation, tile flooring, and walls and water resistant wiring as examples. Stream 3, personal storage, ensuring the most important documents are stored in water resistant containers and in locations above a certain elevation. The design of the recommended program offers a degree of flexibility that should limit barriers for participation while ensuring fiscal responsibility. The program eligibility for the 3 categories or streams are based on the main floor elevation and the location of services and utilities. Both the 250.9 meter and 250 meter elevations have been assessed and included for consideration. Potential program costs are highly variable as they're largely dependent on homeowner decisions and property-specific characteristics. Administration has reached out to local contractors by way of business support organizations to help ensure proposed costs for the program streams are realistic and as current as possible. The recommended household distribution maximums for each stream are as follows. Stream 1, critical utilities and services, maximum of $35,000 per property. Stream 2, retrofitting of building materials, maximum of $10,000 per property. Stream 3, personal storage, maximum of $400 per property. Not intended to make households 100% flood resilient, but rather help homeowners make decisions to incorporate incremental improvements to their homes. Using the survey data that has previously been collected, relevant information from property files, and eligibility criteria outlined within the policy, administration believes that 21 homes are well positioned for this program. Using the recommended distribution maximums, the following estimated maximums are costs presented for council's consideration. Please note, these numbers are reflective of full subscription. Stream 1, $735,000, Stream 2, $210,000, Stream 3, $8,400, with a total maximum cost for all 3 streams of $953,400. Administration has identified a number of options for council's consideration. The first 2 options are regarding program eligibility. As previously mentioned, eligibility for the recommended program is determined by the elevation of the main floor, basement, and/or service and utilities locations within the home. Administration has undertaken surveys of exterior features of homes and properties, but requires interior elevations of basements and items such as hot water tanks and electrical panels to make final determinations for program eligibility. Administration has undertaken a desktop exercise to determine the rough estimate of how many homes may be eligible for each option. Should council approve the recommended approach of using 250.9 meter elevation, option 1, it's assumed that 21 homes would be eligible. Total estimated maximum cost of the recommended program to the RMWB would be $953,400. An additional option for council's consideration based on feedback from the community would be to add an additional stream or 4th stream to the program that would support flood risk reduction activities on the property surrounding the home and could include activities such as grading. Eligibility for the stream would be based on the elevation of ground when it meets the home being lower than 250.9 meters. Similar to the final determination of eligibility for the recommended stream, final determination of eligibility for this option would need to be verified by a surveyor. Given the information that administration has access to, it's estimated that there are approximately 25 homes that would be eligible for this program. Using $12,500 per household as a maximum cost to the RMWB, total estimated cost to add the additional fourth stream would be $325,000. Council's decision on January 23, 2023 to adopt flood accommodation approach means that an adjusted approach to flood mitigation in the community of Draper is required. The proposed program complements Council's decision and is based on programs offered within other jurisdictions. The program supports owners who choose to make changes and is not overly prescriptive, and provides flexibility for homeowners to make changes that support their personal situations. Lastly, the recommended eligibility criteria provides for the homeowners at the lowest flood elevation levels to be given the opportunity to receive financial support so that all eligible homeowners will be able to meaningfully make steps towards flood risk reduction. Thank you, and Mr. McMurdo will now walk you through voluntary buyout.
Thank you, Director Hansen. Now I'd like to walk you through the proposed voluntary buyout program for the community of Draper. The voluntary buyout program has been prepared in response to Mayor and Council's motion to bring forward possible options for a buyout based on the 250.9 meter elevation, also known as the 1 to 200 year flood event. The proposed program covers 16 properties and would allow those residents to voluntarily leave the flood hazard area. Based on our benchmarking 24 communities across the country, we have determined that other programs across the country are largely federal and provincially funded. The compensation provided in those cases was generally pre-event assessed value. This evening, you'll hear several options for consideration. The recommended option is to provide a resident-focused compensation package, which administration believes will provide the greatest incentive, thereby increasing community resiliency. The following two slides cover the four options that were identified in our council report. The recommended option is option 1, the community-focused approach that would allow eligible property owners to select the highest assessment from 2020 to 2022. Option 2 looks at offering a buyout using the 2022 assessments, while option 3 looks at using the 2021 assessed values. Thank you. Option 4 would consider using the 2020 assessed property values as well. However, this evening, I'd like to propose a fifth option that is not part of this presentation or council report. That option would see council consider using the 2023 assessed property values, which were sent out to property owners on February 9th, 2023. The 2023 assessments were released after the completion of a report and presentation, and so we feel it's prudent to raise this for consideration this evening. Should council wish to consider using the 2023 assessments, updated motions could be provided that give council the option to either offer buyouts at only the 2023 assessed value or add the year 2023 to the range being offered in option 1 so that residents could pick the highest assessed value between 2020 and 2023. Given that the 2023 assessments provide a higher chance of resident uptake, resulting in increased resiliency, we would update our recommendation such that option 1 is expanded to include the 2023 assessment year. Here we outline the cost implications for each option. The costs of these options vary slightly and range between just under $11.5 million to just under $13 million. Option 1, using only the 2020 to 2022 assessment years, is $12,969,300. Option 2 is the least costly at $11,489,560. Option 3 is the second least costly at $11,704,030. Option 4 carries a cost of $12,446,460. As previously mentioned, Council may also consider using the 2023 assessed values. The budget implication of using the 2023 assessed value alone would be $12,768,760. Further, the implication associated with adding the 2023 assessment year to option 1, meaning giving residents the option to choose the highest assessed value between 2020 and 2023, would increase to $13,982,440. Again, this option would be recommended by administration. A voluntary buyout program at the highest assessed value offers the greatest resiliency. This approach is recommended for several reasons. 1, it is prudent to consider offering residents a range, as residents have been waiting several years for closure. Over that time, property values would have changed, which is reflected in the budget implications. 2, there are instances where homeowners have undertaken improvements in the last few years, adding to their property value. It is understood that previous assessed values ranging from 2020 to 2022 did not consider all of the post-flood improvements that residents would have undertaken. The 2023 assessments would recognize this work. 3, offering a buyout program at the highest assessed value between 2020 and 2023 provides the most flexibility to homeowners, whereby homeowners can choose which assessment year works in their favor. The recommended option, if approved, will increase community resiliency by allowing residents in Draper the opportunity to relocate out of harm's way. Thank you. That concludes our presentation, and we welcome questions.
Thank you, Director Murdo and Director Hansen. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Director McMurdo and Director Hansen, for this. I've been waiting this, and I'm excited that this is finally coming forward. So thank you. A couple things. I actually really appreciate the fact that we added in 2023 into that form. That was going to be one of my questions to see, and I appreciate that you brought that in with that. And as I do feel that does give the best flexibility. So thank you. One of the questions was there was 21 houses that qualified for the grant program, but 16 houses that qualified for the buyout program. And so can I just understand the difference between the eligibility there? You're welcome, Councillor Stroud.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel. It's a good question. Essentially, the buyout program looks at the 250.9 meter elevation. So the key metric there was the underside of the floor joists for the main floor. It's our understanding, based on the assessments that we've completed post-flood, if those underside of the floor joists became inundated with water, it would result in either significant restoration costs to repair the damage, or it could actually, in fact, result in demolition. So that's the key metric in that respect. With respect to the grant program, credit goes to Kelly and her team, or sorry, Director Hansen and her team. They expanded the scope of that program to also consider where homes may have basements.
Awesome.
And so that was factored into the grant program, and that would explain why the numbers are different. So the grant program includes homes that may experience some water in the basement, and therefore the opportunity to access that grant program and increase household resiliency was felt important at that through the review.
Awesome. Much appreciated. Thank you. Another question for the grant program, Director Hansen, and I know this isn't normal of a grant program, but looking at retroactive post-flood, would we be looking at anything retroactive in the fact that if somebody had already done some of the flood accommodations beforehand, and I know that it's not a normal piece, but to me it's equitable that if people have already post-flood moved in to move their utilities up or gone in that direction, would we ever be looking at retroactively going through that and looking at that as an option?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel. I appreciate the question, and it's something that we considered at the working group table. And so part of where we landed on that was it would open a fair amount of risk to potentially duplicating where other support services might have supported previously, specifically DRP and or insurance. I would say that is something that if council were to decide it was in your interest that you'd like us to pursue that, we could certainly do so. It would require more, it would be at a household level. We'd need to have those conversations with those property owners. We would require a fair amount of documentation, and there'd be a need to look through and ensure that those were resiliency efforts versus repair and rebuild. But I would say that was where we landed on not looking retroactively, is that we identified that there was risk in potentially duplication of funds being made available.
I appreciate that. And I do want to recognize that I've had many conversations with you guys, and I just really appreciate all the time and effort that you've put into this. I know you guys have spent countless hours going through this and trying to find the right place to land, and so I do want to just recognize that and appreciate it. It was my understanding, and I could be wrong, that there was no DRP actually provided to Draper at all during the floods. Is that not true?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I wouldn't be able to speak to that specifically. My understanding was that DRP would have been available to residents. However, I would need to look into that further and ask clarification from the GOA.
Yeah, and I have no clue, honestly, and that was a question. So I wanted to get an understanding. And I guess the last one that I questioned while I've been talking to residents about this, the eligibility of vacant lots. We looked at lots with houses on it, but did we ever look at the houses, the lots, and the I guess a reason or the idea of why we went about a vacant lot as well as one with a house on it?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, another good question. We only looked at developed lots for the sole reason that we aren't also bringing forward regulation or provision to restrict development in the future. We are looking at enhanced regulations that were in place, I'll say from 2001 to 2016. But outside of that, we're not looking at any sort of development prohibition or anything of that nature. So vacant lots are still eligible for development. We're not looking at preventing that from occurring, and so that's why we didn't factor them into the program.
Okay. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Just need some clarity on something you said. So you said that in all of your research that any kind of buyout of this nature, a program of this nature, has always been only supported through federal or provincial funding. Has any municipality ever undertaken such a program besides this one?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, based on the benchmarking that we had completed, we looked at roughly 24 communities across the country. In all cases, it was provincially or federally funded, with the exception of, I'll say, 3. In 2 instances, we identified that there was a cost sharing between all 3 levels of government. And in 1 instance, the municipality of Wood Buffalo covered some costs as well. So that was we are the only outlier where we've covered costs for a program like this.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my next is my colleague, Council Weigel, complimented the amount of effort and work that went into this. Would that work have ever happened independently, or is that only based on direction of council?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, may I ask you to just repeat your question?
Well, my colleague indicated how much work and effort you put into this. Would that work have been independently motivated by administration, or is it only on the direction of council that has been undertaken?
This is, through the chair to Councillor Grandison, this is very much at the direction of council.
Okay.
We wouldn't have undertaken this otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering the total cost of this process to the municipality, roughly about 12 point something, regardless of the option. So I'm wondering if you also put into consideration the cost of disposal or the cost of demolition and things like, so that we know we are getting the true total cost of this process.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, the soft costs, at least in terms of the buyout, and I don't want to speak for Director Hansen, but soft costs I understand through the grant program as well have not been fully considered. In terms of demolition, it would be very difficult to factor in those costs without going and having a consultant or a contractor do independent assessments of those properties. The other thing I'd like to add is these costs are simply the costs based on the assessed value or based on the costs that were identified as part of the grant streams. They do not include other costs related to legal fees. If we have to hire consultants to do environmental site assessments, they do not include that as well. So any of these soft costs to deliver the work would be above what we've identified in our PowerPoint presentation this evening.
Okay. And could there be any plan for write-off as well? Or like write-off plans or something for the properties? Or that's not one of the things you considered? Okay.
Through the chair, could you clarify that?
Like when a property is being written off, sometimes it's disposed at, like scrap. Would that be would there be anything that we'll consider will come back to municipality if there was any sales of scrap? Okay, maybe you can. So there are two questions almost related. Then you can.
So I just wanted to add one clarification from the first question, and then I'll try and address the second. The other reminder for council is that the numbers that we've included assume a full subscription.
Yes.
So all of the properties go through the buyout, or all of the properties go through the grant program. So it's unlikely that all properties are going to subscribe. So there's some, what I guess the point is, there's some gap in there potentially to deal with some of the soft costs that you're referring to. Okay. In terms of any recouping of costs for demolition, until we know what properties are being part of the buyout program, there could be opportunities to even sell houses and have them moved somewhere else. So there could be an opportunity for the municipality to recoup some of those costs. I wouldn't recommend that council rely upon that as a significant figure. It's likely very small in comparison to the cost of the program overall.
Thank you, CEO. And finally, my colleague had asked if there was any support from the province of the federal government, and I think the answer is no. So for the education of all of us, can we know where this cost will be, how this will be covered?
My expectation, subject to council's approval, the finance department would look at funding out of our emerging issues reserve in order to fund the program.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor McGrath?
I think she wanted to.
Thank you, through the chair. Just, I guess, option 6. Have we looked at the affected properties and done a real-time finance of working with maybe Keano, I think, has 66 lots up the hill in a bit of a country-style setting, which Travis Gardens and Draper did promote. So the cost of moving these homes to within Buffalo, obviously, I know, look around, there's a couple of historians that actually moved houses from Uranium City with us years ago, but I'm just know there's an asset if we're going to purchase it, as we did in Potomac, and half the park is still there and half the park is still waiting to be set up. So I'm just wondering if we did work with our other stakeholders, and find a home within the municipality for these affected homes. And I think this, as far as government funding, we all need a safe place to stay, and I guess we're just looking at these properties. I just want to know, have we met, Keano, to inject a bit of life up the hill and keep, somewhat of a setting for the residents coming out of Draper.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I would say there's two parts to your question that I can respond to. The first is we have considered those types of options previously. So in Ptarmigan Court, that was something we were able to consider. And and doing so after residents made their decision so that we were as respectful as possible of the decision it is to enter into this type of program and to potentially leave the community that they've been in. And so I would say once decisions are made by residents, we would then certainly follow a similar path in considering if there are options such as that to relocate in other areas. When we did it previously through Ptarmigan Court, we did rely on the partnerships within the community to help find the most appropriate place. So that's not a guarantee that that can happen, but it's certainly something that I know Brad and myself have looked to in previous experience quite recently.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just assumed that if this was to go ahead, the assets would become the municipalities to put out on tender, to have moved, help out the neighboring communities. I just think that there's got to be a win, and I guess it's been a lingering issue in the community. So hopefully this evening we'll make some steps, not divide our community again, as it did since 16. And I know Travis Gardens was always meant to be just that. And I'm not sure of our liabilities, through the chair, I'm not sure of our liabilities, but, you don't look at a community flat down, but I don't know how we got in this situation, to be honest. But we're in a rock and a hard place. We're so far down the road, but we never get the assistance of the other two levels of government. And I know that we've, as a municipality, bought a couple of homes on Father Mercury, and those people, I think, are still trying to build their home in Draper years later. So it's a precious item we're dealing with here this evening, and it affects a lot of people. I know that through the chair, I think the number floating around the building this evening is 13 million. That's just to get the show started. So the aggregate number would be somewhere, I assume, I look at you, Victor, I assume that, or Shane, I assume that is well over 20 million by the time it's all said and done. And Nick, I would say correct. So I guess through the chair, I don't feel like the 13 is just a number to start with. That's on the assessments. But you can take that and times it by 2, because I think we've been there with Ptarmigan. So I think we need to really think this one through, and certainly feel for the people of Draper.
Councilman McGrath, you want to just wrap it with a question there? So we can
I guess the question
debate
is,
later on.
What would be the final number? And what the assets, do we have a plan for the assets? And have we tried to partner with our vacant landowners to keep our residents in Wood Buffalo?
Through the chair to Councilor McGrath, it's difficult to provide a final number. If we are able to relocate homes, then we'd have to understand what those costs would look like. Certainly, if we have to demolish homes, we'd have to understand what that looks like. If there's different types of building materials, asbestos, like those costs can certainly escalate. And ultimately, we'd want to make sure that the municipality isn't inheriting any liability. So if there's any contamination on the site, we'd want to go through an environmental site assessment on the properties as well. So we really aren't certain what all of those soft costs will result in, what the actual final dollar amount will be. So it's a tough question to answer. All I can confirm today, this evening, is that based on the eligibility criteria of the 1 to 200 or the 250.9, using the assessed values, we're sitting at roughly $13 million. You're correct.
Thank you, through the chair. Certainly, just trying to. I don't expect you to have a number but I appreciate the education. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Grandison, question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Something came up, and just a question I have. So we would not have done an evaluation on environmental assessment on any of these proposed lots. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, if we are acquiring land, we would do our due diligence to ensure that we aren't inheriting or buying a liability. We want to understand what the full exposure could potentially be to the municipality and therefore the taxpayer. So we would certainly do full appraisals or full environmental assessment. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, and if we found out that the said owner of the property contaminated that said property, we would assume those costs, or we would pass them as we would normally back to the homeowner?
At that point, if something were to be discovered, that would be a conversation that we'd have to have with the homeowner. The municipality, I would suggest, would not want to inherit that type of liability and exposure and long-term cleanup costs, depending on what potentially, it's hypothetical, but depending on what that looks like.
We would not want to, but would we? That's the question, because, from a real estate perspective, if a piece of property is contaminated, it doesn't get sold until it's cleaned up, period.
Yep.
Whether expropriated or not. So I would be very questioning whether we would ever assume that cost, because that is a liability that should fall back on the homeowner, not the purchaser.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Are there any other questions from council? Go ahead, Brad.
Through the chair, thank you. I just wanted to offer one point of clarity. The programs that Director Hansen and myself have covered this evening, it's one or the other. It's not eligibility doesn't apply to the entire sort of program overall, if I can say that. So if a resident is seeking to enter into the grant stream, then they'd be eligible for the grant stream. They wouldn't be then eligible for the voluntary buyout. Just as a point of clarity. I don't know if you want to add to that.
Just if you'd hold on, Director Hansen and Director Morado. Did you have something else, Kelly? Go ahead.
Okay. Through the chair, I'd just add to what Director McMurdo had just said. So when you're looking at the total maximum expenditures of each program, it's important to realize that you would see a number somewhere in the middle of those two when you would see people select the program that best fits their household needs. And so those are, again, I think to CAO Thorkelson's comments, these are maximums if they were fully utilized within each of the streams. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hansen. Councilor Boosie, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to the presenters. I think it was Director McMurdo that mentioned, and I'm just looking for clarity, the restriction to build in Draper is not being lifted, right? You can still build in the floodplain?
Through the chair to Councilor Boussier, that is correct. So I'll give you the specifics, just bear with me. So as of 1999, Section 60, which is development near water bodies, that was brought into effect, and that's the first time that it really distinguishes between the 248 elevation and the 250 meter elevation. And then essentially, after 2013, there was no longer a prohibition on development below 248. The distinction between 248 and 250 was removed. All development below 250 must now demonstrate that it has been designed and engineered to mitigate flood risk. New prohibition on habitable rooms below 250 was then entered into in 2013. In 2016, all the previous amendments were repealed immediately after the wildfire. Again, council at the time made a decision, I think a good decision that was predicated on understanding the community impact that would have occurred through the development requirements at the time. So any homes that would have been either lost or significantly impacted in the community of Draper would have been subject to certainly a lot of technical studies, as well as a lot of cost and time would have been added to the rebuild. And so council at the time, like I said, repealed those aspects. As it stands today, there are no new development requirements with respect to the 250 meter elevation in the community of Draper. We do hope, I would say later this year, to bring back the land use bylaw for council's consideration, where we will have flood requirements embedded within the actual bylaw itself. But again, we're not looking at prohibiting or sterilizing land. We're effectively looking at reintroducing, I'll say, land use provisions that would inform development that were previously in the bylaw from 1999 to 2013.
Okay, through the chair to Director McMurdo, is there anything preventing one of the, or all 16 or one of the 16 potential buyouts from selling it back to the municipality and then coming back and buying it back? Is that possible? Or once if the 16 are taken off the market, they will never be for sale again?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, that's correct. So should and if the municipality acquire land down in Draper, we would not look at reselling that land. In fact, we would not look at developing that land. We would take a similar approach that we took with Ptarmigan, whereby any land that the municipality acquired would then be downzoned to, environmental preservation or something like that would have limited development potential. And we certainly wouldn't put it back on the market and open it up for future development.
Okay, but any vacant lot on that side of the road or in the floodplain is still able to purchase, or someone's able to purchase and develop on it, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, that is correct. Yep.
Okay. Through the chair to Director McMurdo, I guess another question did we look as an administration at having formal appraisals done on the 16 properties where we actually hired a professional to go in and provide current market values instead of just the assessed values?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, we did not. Our approach was consistent with, would say based on our benchmarking, what is commonly, I'll say the approach was common across the province of Alberta, whereby the assessed values were utilized, albeit typically the assessed values were pre-event. In this case, we're not recommending that approach. We're recommending a post-event appraisal, assessment eligibility. So, but no, we did not consider having appraisers go in and assess the actual or appraise the actual homes and land themselves. I think in the spirit of the time and it would have added considerable time to the overall process as well.
Okay. One final question, Brad, is just, I guess, your experience with the municipality and anybody that has built down in Draper in since you've been with the organization, what kind of job do we do at telling folks that they are building in the floodplain and maybe they should take, different avenues to prevent flooding or try to reduce the risk of their property flooding? I do know there's been a couple individuals down there that have built to certain levels, probably higher than 250. And I guess as an organization, do we do a good job at letting these people know that they're buying or building in a floodplain?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, you are correct. There are certainly a few properties down there that would have built at least, at the very least, to the 250-meter elevation mark. Ultimately, that would have been part of the assessment completed through the permit applications. We would have certainly notified them at that point in time. I will say that the Highway 69 Clearwater River Valley Area Structure Plan covers what was known, at least at the time, Highway 69, and it goes all the way to Draper, and then it goes all the way east to Cypress Creek. In that area structure plan, it made reference to potential flooding, flood events that have occurred. I will say that many of the long-term residents in Draper, and there are many, of course, they are part of the engagement findings from that area structure plan that was created. And then in addition to that, that area structure plan sought or made way, I'll say gave way for the small holdings district, which is generally north of Draper Road. So I would say from a policy and land use perspective, everything was very, very linear, very, very connected, and I would argue was informative.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I think you kind of answered a little bit of one of my questions. It kind of came down to the dates you gave from 1999 to 2013. There were restrictions that were in there that were removed after the fire, correct? Is that what I heard you say?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, that is correct.
So anybody who purchased within that time frame, would they have been aware either through ourselves, through the purchase process or anything else, that there were restrictions and that they were in a flood zone? Because certainly you indicated within the study that residents would have been aware.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, I can't speak to every transaction that has occurred, but I can certainly name a few that I know the intent, and not just through the development permit stage, but also subdivision of land as it occurs down there, because the lots are large and allow for further subdivision. Through that process, we also would have requested that either they build up, or at least at the very least they're aware that they are building in people are building in a known hazard area down there.
All right, and I guess the last thing is just wanted to get clarity on the uniqueness of this, because there's a couple things you said, and I want clarity on how unique this is. One, that generally speaking, only the province or the feds make these kinds of purposes, not municipalities, so we're kind of unique in that regard. And the other thing you said is normally they go by assessed value pre-event, and we've chosen not to do that. We've chosen to go post-event. So we're unique in actually purchasing the property, and we're equally unique in valuing those properties, different than anybody else would. Is that essentially what you're saying?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, I would say you have effectively captured it well. The one thing I would just add maybe is that when I'm referring to the province and or the federal government being involved in previous programs through based on our benchmarking, I'm speaking solely to the buyout process.
Yep.
I just want to be clear, I'm not necessarily speaking for the grant programs or anything of that nature.
Okay,
but yes.
Well then maybe I'll expand my question to the grant programs. Is there municipalities that have been involved in grant programs of this nature?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, in the process of developing the grant program, we did a similar activity and looked across the country. There were, I think, 22 programs that we considered, and they were structured, they ranged quite substantially. But I would say at this time, it appears to me that we would be the only municipally funded grant, or 100% municipally funded grant program. That being said, this program is written to not be the 100% solution. We recognize that to attain flood resiliency, residents would or could choose to also contribute. So these streams that are being presented with the grant program would allow for incremental adjustments at a household level. They're not looking at covering into each property, so there is potential that the residents themselves would be contributing in some ways.
So if a resident chose not to, is this not just a stopgap? Like you're going to partially create a flood-resistant property that if they don't do something, it floods anyways?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, the program's intended to make adjustments that would, as we looked across the country at the different examples, is it will help to reduce the time outside of a home. So when and if the properties were to flood again, it should limit the time that they would be out. So things like heat, electric would be better positioned, and so could reduce that time that they're out of the home. In addition to that, some of the more costly items would be in a more resilient position, so better positioning the household and their financial situation for their overall recovery and being back in their property.
That part's helpful, and so even within the grant program, it's pretty much unique because we're the only municipality doing it 100%, is what I heard you say.
Through the chair, the funding model is indeed unique. The principles of flood resiliency and incorporating those into a property are, we're beginning to see more widely used across the country as well as in other parts of the world.
Fair enough. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Director McMurdo, you did say that there was, through your benchmarking, you did find 3 instances where the municipality did fund buyouts or partial buyouts. What were the 3 municipalities again?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, just to be clear, there were 2 that were, I'll say, it was multidisciplinary or multi-governmental. So there was provincial, federal, and local involvement. Based on that, looking at rural municipality of St. Andrews and the city of Toronto, and then in terms of the sole outlier, we are included in that as well. The regional municipality of Wood Buffalo.
And sorry, we've done it in the past, or this would be?
We have done it in the past.
Okay. And from my understanding, and not necessarily in regard to this one, when we bought out did the buyouts in Parliament Court, did we buy them out first and then go to the province of Alberta and get reimbursed? It's something that we did directly from the province of Alberta.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, my understanding is that the program was put forward in advance of having a formal agreement with the government of Alberta. However, I believe there was a high level of assurance that this was well aligned to much of the work they were looking to do within our region.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Grandison?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you just answered it. So we basically knew we were getting the money. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, there was a high level of confidence that this was well aligned to what the government of Alberta was looking to support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Any other questions for administration from council? Not seeing any for sure this time. So thank you, Director Hansen and Director Mermerda. Do we have any delegates for this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have 2 registered delegates this evening for this item.
I'd like to invite Kim Jean up, please. And if you could please state your name for the record. And just as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to give your submission. And then just please remain seated for questions from council, please.
Hi, my name is Kim Jean. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. I'd like to start by thanking you all for your work to create a better quality of life for the residents of Wood Buffalo. As you know, the decisions you make have a far-reaching impact, and your motion to include both flood accommodation and voluntary buyouts in Draper addresses many of the concerns of Draper residents, and I commend you all for that. I'm sure many Draper residents are relieved to have these options. I've come to speak today because I'm worried that some of the criteria and wording in the flood risk reduction policy are too restrictive and will prevent some residents from obtaining the grant and go against the policy objectives of increasing flood resiliency of property owners and providing financial support for flood accommodation practices. First, the inclusion of a restrictive definition for primary residence. So for us, the rebuild process has taken a very long time through no fault of our own, and we still haven't been able to move in. Some other property owners may also rent their homes. Others may be considering commercial options for their properties because of the cost or lack of availability of residential flood insurance. And so in these cases, the definition of primary residence doesn't apply. Second, the fact that grant funding is not retroactive. Many residents like us have been making progress on flood-proofing our properties over the last 3 years. There's a risk that the policy choice made by council as proposed will actually disadvantage us for doing the right thing. I believe there should be an allowance for those who have already completed mitigation work rather than penalizing those property owners for being proactive. Third, I would urge council to include the additional stream option, even though administration may not be recommending it. Activities like grading are effective in mitigating water encroachment, but they're also extremely costly. The additional stream, like other streams, seems to meet policy objectives, so why skip this one? We're talking about 21 potential properties, not hundreds or thousands as maybe in other jurisdictions that may have been looked at as examples. Fourth, I'm concerned about funding level. Fourth and last, I'm concerned about funding level. For those who know me, I'm all for fiscal prudence and appreciate your strict care with my tax dollars. That being said, having just gone through 3 years of mitigation work and retrofitting, I'm not sure that the maximum household disbursements outlined in the policy will be enough of an incentive for uptake for property owners to go through the extensive grant process, given the substantial costs of substantial costs of the kind of work, which would include materials, labor, drawings, and also in many cases, engineering, surveying, and more. Again, we're only talking about 21 properties, or more or less, may be worth reevaluating the maximum values to entice more owners to mitigate for flood and thereby retain and increase property values in our community. When the wildfire swept through McMurray, we lost our home and waterways and everything in it, as many here did. We didn't rebuild, and instead we repurchased our dream property on Draper Road. It was to be more than our primary residence. It was to be our forever home, a place where we imagined our daughter growing up, fishing with her dad, gathering plants with her mom, and just learning to love nature and to love Fort McMurray as we do. After the loss of my husband's mom in late 2018, we moved into her old home and advanced the plans and renovations to make our Draper property into that dream home. And then partway through the renovations, the 2020 flood hit our home and took on 6 feet of water, over 6 feet of water, destroying most of the work we'd done and taking a large portion of our remaining belongings. We found out that we didn't have the right type of insurance and only partial coverage was available. We turned to the DRP and were met with no assistance. And on top of all that, it became increasingly difficult to get find property insurance. So we slowly started rebuilding, still holding hope that one day we'd move into this home and our daughter would still be able to watch the northern lights reflect off the river from our balcony. Proactively, we started moving all habitable spaces and systems to the second floor above flood level. We rewired with wet grade wiring, moved the distribution, relocated HVAC, built with flood resilient materials such as blue screen membranes, installed spray foam insulation throughout the walls, and more. We even added additional king studs for structural reinforcement of the building. It's been 3 years of significant struggles, obtaining permits, going through engineering to bring the building to code, getting things done through COVID, keeping things moving through supply chain issues, contractor illness and contractor staffing, and not to speak of inflation. But we are not alone. Many other Draper residents, I believe, experienced similar struggles and have slowly rebuilt and mitigated. So to conclude, I urge your worship and esteemed council to include all families and property owners who have suffered loss and want to protect their properties, their homes, and their investments. A loss is a loss. The flood didn't decide which properties it took based on what the property was used for. I urge you to provide retroactive funding for those who have done the right thing. And I urge you to include the additional stream option and to reevaluate maximum disbursement levels. Many residents of Draper don't want to leave. They want our community to succeed, and they're willing to be leaders in demonstrating flood resiliency. They should get the help of City Hall. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mrs. Jean. If you could stay for questions from council, please. Any questions from council? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mrs. Jean, for your presentation. Would you know a rough, obviously not the exact cost, but what was the rough estimate, do you think, of retrofitting your house?
So I would say upwards of $150,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Jean, Councillor Bajoko.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. I was just wondering the current state of your home after you spent $150,000.
We're sort of nearing the end of maybe possibly being occupiable in the near future, but we're still working on it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bajoko. Thank you, Ms. Jean.
Mayor Bowman, before you proceed, we actually have 5 registered delegates as opposed to 2. I misspoke earlier. Just wanted to make that correction.
Thank you. Next, we have Merdell Graves joining us virtually. And just as a reminder, if you'd state your name for the record, Ms. Graves, and as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to make your submission, and please remain online to answer any questions from council.
Hello, my name is Meridell Graves. Trying to get this lined up, sorry. Your worship and council, my name is Meridell Graves, and I appreciate this opportunity to make a presentation relative to the Draper Household Flood Risk and Voluntary Buyout Program. My husband Chuck and I are owners of 2 large parcels of land at the end of Draper Road. And they did have mobile homes on them until the fire of 2016. We purchased the land in 1985 with the intention of running a market garden. And we hired a local company to do the clearing of the trees. But if anybody has ever cleared land, they know that there's a lot more than just equipment involved, that there's also a lot of hard grunt work. And our kids were talking recently about how their memories of raking all the debris up and getting rid of it before we could even plant anything on the land. It was a difficult and meaning it was not necessarily difficult. It was hard work, but we were up for it, and it was a good way to raise kids in the rural area. We love the rural area. We love nature, and we love Draper, and we always consider it as home. Anyway, we cleared the land of 15 to 20 acres and proceeded to market produce. We grew produce there for 4 or 5 years, but we were really at a disadvantage because we were so far, like we were clear at the end of Draper Road, and the road had very little gravel, if any, and anytime it rained, it was hard. And plus the fact the market gardens that had been developed prior to ours were lots closer, and most people from cities don't want to drive on gravel roads unless they have a 4x4. So that was perhaps it was a mistake that we made in that regard, but at any rate, we tried it for about 5 years. We had a local beekeeper who brought his bees out, and people loved seeing them. It was also an educational opportunity for people to show their children beehives and bees actually in a hive, and they appreciated that as well. Chuck was involved in hunting as a hunting and fishing guide from the time he moved to Fort McMurray in 1969. And in about 1980, about the same time he bought the land, he bought a jet boat and some large teepees and a wood-fired hot tub, and we developed a site on the land for we set up these large teepees and the hot tub and advertised through the different advertisements of Fort McMurray Visitors Bureau. He was on the Visitors Bureau on the board for a number of years, and he promoted Fort McMurray for years and years. He had jet boats ride that originated from the property, and like I said, we had people who came from Japan to watch the Northern Lights, Japan, Hungary, the United States, Germany. They came to hunt and fish, watch the Northern Lights, and have this opportunity to sleep in teepees. And we had on each property we had a mobile home with the utilities set up. And the fire of 2016 destroyed those. It was a cost of $60,000 that we received no help from the Red Cross, and I'm not complaining about that. I'm just clarifying the point that we cleared up the land as per the municipality's bylaw. So one of the questions that Councillor Bouthier asked was relevant to whether land would be able to be developed again, and that's one of our questions. What's the definition of vacant land? We still have the utilities at both of those sites where the mobile homes were on, but they both burned, and then the property where at least one of them would have been destroyed in the flood as well. Anyway, the majority of the land is below the elevation required to develop. In 2001, we hired a local construction company and paid over $50,000 to build up, to haul fill from the adjacent Draper Road, where the municipality was working on the road and built up 5 acres to the 250.
Sorry, Ms. Graves, we're
yes.
we're out of time there, but I think we have some questions from council for you. Do we have any? Thank you. Do we have any questions from council for Ms. Graves? Councilor McGrath.
Through the chair, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your journey. And my question is, just to put myself in the right frame, was one of those mobile homes blue and gray?
One was green and one was blue.
And one was moved in the mid-80s. I'm just trying to locate, you were right at the left-hand side of the end of the cul-de-sac. Would that be right? Where when they took out the train tracks, that was the dead end?
Through the chair to council, no, we were actually at the end. We're at 6812A Draper Road, which is right past the last house owned by Nick. So no, the entrance to that property is where the first one was, and it was a green mobile home, a green and cream colored mobile home. And then further down the property, the road on our property was the blue mobile home.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. That would just one last question through the chair. Would that be on the left-hand side, like on the east side?
Yes, it's on the river side of the road.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair. Thank you, Mrs. Graves, for your presentation. I heard a question. I want to make sure it gets answered. The question that you had, what was the definition of a vacant lot because the utilities had been put to the trailers that were there? Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, that was my question, yes.
Administration, can we answer that question?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, in response to Ms. Graves' question, development would, in this case, would be described as anything that's like a structure that's on the property, principal building. I'll say secondary or subsequent buildings like accessory buildings or garages, outbuildings, that would require a principal building to be on site. So a house of any sort, whether it's single detached dwelling or manufactured home, whatever that looks like, if it exists on the site today, then it would be considered developed. If the site is, I'll say void of development as I've described, then it would be considered vacant. In the development process with respect to land, oftentimes you'll find that services are brought either to the property line or in some instances brought into the site, but it's still, I'll say, sold as vacant land, vacant raw land in some instances.
Okay. So a house that was previously there and that was burned down in the fire that is no longer there and was not rebuilt is vacant?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that is correct. I think the MGA will provide a bit more sort of direction in that regard as well. If 75% or greater of the value of the structures on the land are damaged, then it would lose things like legally non-conforming status and things of that nature. So I think it speaks to the question quite well in that regard.
Okay, thank you. I hope that answers your question, Mrs. Graves. Thanks.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Do we have any other questions of council?
Pardon me, through the chair, with that opportunity for me to ask?
Sure.
Okay, my question is, or a comment that I have is that the municipality did set a precedent by buying vacant lots at the Ptarmigan Court area. So I would request that you would consider our vacant lots as well. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Graves.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Ms. Graves. I'd like to invite Brianne Shacklady to speak. Again, Brianne, just state your name for the record and just a reminder you have 5 minutes for your submission, and please remain seated for any questions.
Hi, I'm Brianne Shacklady. I'm a Draper resident. I bought my house 9 months before the flood. I've been here for 15 years and my husband's been here 35 years. I'd like to support and just talk about the voluntary buyouts in Draper. I support the motion that's being put forward, but I really think that it should include the vacant land. The opportunity to use all that vacant land for parks, for trails, would be invaluable to the municipality. Also, the cost savings for not having to put in water and sewer in the lower lying areas when it comes down to that for putting it in the future will save more than will be spent on buying any of these homes and properties. Like just saving 1 or 2 pump stations alone, if you're looking at the $10 or $13 million or $20 million, just say the savings on 1 pump station, not having to put it on Garden Lane to service my home, really counteracts what you'd have to spend tonight for voting to buy out the land and the vacant land, or sorry, the properties and the vacant land. I think there's the opportunity as well for using some of the vacant land and the land with properties for leases to special interest groups, to First Nations, to Métis groups that isn't available anywhere else in the municipality. Currently, kids are bused out to Anzac to do land-based learning because there's nowhere in town where you can do it because of small parks in urban areas. You need a larger space that's uninterrupted, and all of it is on the river. I just think that since you're voting now to buy out those 16 properties, which we know not all 16 are going to take it. Quite a few of the owners are here tonight that own several properties, and they may take, say, a vacant land buyout, but not a buyout for their home because they still want to stay, but they know that in the future, building up additional homes may not make sense. The availability right now for fill is a huge challenge in building. We've learned that the past 3 years of hauling, trying to build. The main owner of all the fill in town is the municipality, and you can't get it. Trying to think of what else to say. I think the main thing is just thinking outside the box at what we're going to do with these properties if they're bought out, and the possibilities for parks, recreation, tourism. You look at in Edmonton, they have villages with 20 teepees set up that can be set up all year round that special interest groups can use, and they don't have to have just, 1 culture event a year. It'll be just endless possibilities that can be used with this land 5 minutes from downtown. And I don't own vacant land myself, but several of my neighbors, I support what Mrs. Graves is saying. Obviously, she's hoping for a buyout. I looked at the numbers because they weren't represented in the last presentation. It only showed 16 properties, but there's roughly 11 or 12 vacant properties. And then I looked at the tax assessment values. I have quite a bit of spare time. I looked at the tax assessment values, and it was just under 10 million to vote on the additional 11 or 12 properties. I don't have an exact number like you guys would because I was just looking off taxation and off Alberta Spin 2, but that would be the approximate value if you added in those other 10 or 11 properties is $10 million. So you're looking at $13 million, which won't be used up because not everyone's going to take the package. An additional 10 million for the vacant lots, which won't be used up because not everyone's going to take the package. Plus, you have the cost savings of water and sewer at so many properties. And invaluable parks for the rest of town. Like, I've worked for the Parks Department for the past 15 years. And you could have epic parks down on the river. I know, I took some of the councillors for a tour this summer. And it's amazing land. It's only 2 weeks a year that there's the danger of flooding. And there is regular spring inundation of the fields, which is positive for farming. It's the only area in town where, other than the First Nations, where you'd be able to lease land to special interest groups for growing food, farming, recreation, overnight, well, I don't want to say camping to create issues, but, and not having big events, but just small interest groups like the Multicultural Association that has refugees that have come here that have farmed their whole lives. There's nowhere in town for them to farm. It's not the same as having a block at a community garden as having an actual farm. And my neighbor has 30 acres, Sam Osmond, right beside mine. It's perfect farmable land that could be leased to a community group for growing food locally. I just hope that you'll take into consideration what could be done with all of this land and not just look at the $13 million value or the additional $10 million value, because those will be offset with water and sewer and offset by the endless possibilities for the parks that we could have.
Thank you, Brianna.
Okay.
Do you have any questions of council? Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for your presentation. My question is actually to administration. During the presentation, you had talked about the vacant lands could be allowed to be redeveloped. It's a bit confusing for me.
Sorry, Councilor Benjoko, we'll have questions for administration again later. Right now, it's just for Ms. Shacklady. Questions right now.
Because she had talked a lot about what would happen to the vacant lots. That's what brought it back. So maybe I can wait till later.
Yeah, be a chance to ask questions of administration during debate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Shacklady? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Brianna. I'd like now to invite Victor Hawes. Okay, thank you, Victor. I'd like to invite Brad Friesen. Okay, thank you, Brad. Do we have any other delegates to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have no other registered delegates.
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel.
I move that the Draper Household Flood Risk Reduction Program Policy FIN 420 as outlined in Attachment 1 be approved, and 2, that administration be directed to proceed with offering a voluntary buyout for properties in Draper below 250.9 meters at the highest assessment property value between the years of 2020 and 2023, and the voluntary buyout be offered until September 29th, 2023.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Now, is there any other further questions of council for administration, followed by debate points? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to administration. I just wanted some clarification on what exactly is going to be allowed to be done with the empty or vacant lots. Given all the that we've heard today from the delegate, the last delegate, and also if we are allowing the vacant lots to be rebuilt, so are we going to repeat this cycle again? Should there be flooding, or this is one time final, whoever rebuilds would take that risk on their own? So if you would allow empty lots to be developed, if anything happens again, are we saying this is the last of it for flooding?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, I'll answer the first question I think that you asked with respect to what we would do with lands that are acquired through this process. Effectively, what we would seek to do would be a consistent approach that we took with Ptarmigan Court. Effectively, we would look at the lowest possible form of zoning or land use district that would be applied there. Likely, it would be an environmental preservation district whereby it offers absolutely marginal development potential through the district itself. So it wouldn't support, encourage, or advise of any future development. It's effectively the environmental preservation district is a district that applies to environmentally sensitive lands. With respect to the second question that you asked, and please forgive me if I get it wrong, but I believe the question was, would we allow private landowners that own vacant land to develop?
Yes.
And perfect, thank you. So effectively, yes, the answer to the question is yes, but we would seek to inform what that development looks like. So as I mentioned previously, we would look to reinstitute or reinstate previous land use provisions that existed in the bylaw for the community of Draper that would inform their development. So they would be required to provide studies that would support whatever proposed development that it is that they're bringing forward. And then in addition to that, they can employ different treatment options. One of them was actually mentioned this evening by Ms. Shacklady with respect to mounding up. You can build a mound and put your structure on top of the mound so it's higher, up above the 250 meter elevation. So there are different ways to treat it, for sure.
Thank you.
Just for clarification through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I thought I also heard you ask about whether someone could go through this program, have flooding happen again, and then go through a program again. Like this, would this be repeated?
Yes.
The intent of the policy is that it is a one-time offering, and the expiry date for the purchase for the voluntary buyout, as you would note in the motion, was September of this year. There isn't an intent for this to be a cycling process. This is part of Council's direction on a new approach about dealing with flooding in Draper, and really about the shared responsibility for resiliency. So property owners taking their aspect of responsibility, municipality participating in as much as offering the voluntary buyout and the grant program to make incremental improvements to a property, but not necessarily make a property entirely flood resilient or flood proof.
Thank you. So just to confirm, Funky had a property she's bought out, and then Jones buys the next open lot and rebuilds. So if there's any flooding, Jones is on their own.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Ball.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess this question's, well, the motion's on the floor, and I guess I'd like an opinion on this. The wording is that voluntary buyout for properties in Draper below 250.9. Does that include every single property below 250.9? It doesn't speak to whether it's inhabited by a building, a structure, a house. That would include all vacant lands. So I'd like some clarity on that. And maybe make a change to the motion.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, our interpretation of the motion was that it was specific to developed properties, not undeveloped properties. I'll say the important factor, again, the metric for the 250.9 meter elevation mark is simply the measurement for the underside of the main floor joists. That's became an important metric with the previous council, as well as been raised here with the current council. So based on the fact that that was included in the motion, our understanding from the January 23rd meeting, I believe it was that it was intended to cover only developed properties.
Okay, thanks for clarity.
Thank you, Councilor Ball. Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, I just want some clarity because of the question that my colleague, Councilor Banjoko, just asked, that, you know, this is a one-time thing. Now, I may be wrong, so please correct me, and I'm looking for clarity on this. I believe the people in Waterways, when they rebuilt after the 2016 fire, including Ptarmigan Court, were told, this is it. There's no other chance. You rebuild, you're on your own. And yet they were bought out. Is that not correct?
So I won't speak to the specifics of that, but my response to the question was in relation to this specific program isn't intended to be repeated. Having said that, of course, future councils can make different decisions and provide different directions. If there was another major event and a future council may consider other approaches.
So essentially we can think it's done, but it may not be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Councilor Bussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. I guess my question's through to administration. Looking at the buyout scenario that was provided, and I know what happened, I believe it happened in Waterways with the fire when we did the buyouts down there. Is there anything stopping, or, and I don't know if this has happened, but if a person has bought a property down in Draper Road in the last year or 2 years, or less than what the highest assessed value, are we paying them the assessed value, or are we paying them the purchase price, whichever is lower?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, Based on the motion that was crafted, as well as the work that was put in by administration, I would suggest that the value that would be given to that property owner in that situation would be the assessed value. Having said that, we have pulled all of the titles for the 16 eligible properties, as well as looked at MLS, the real estate listing website, and determined that there aren't any properties that are currently listed, or shall I say, of the 16 properties identified, none of them are listed on the website for sale. I know that doesn't answer your question in terms of recent transactions. That wasn't part of the scope of the work that we did, but we'd be happy to take that back and look into that and provide a response back to council.
Through the chair to Director McMurdo, I guess what I struggle with, Brad, is I look at some of the assessed values over the last 3 or 4 years, and I don't know, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of consistency. So I guess the one question I had is, why didn't we look at an appraisal? Because, you know, like we listened to Mrs. Jean, who is struggling to rebuild their property after the flood, and so there's 16 properties. Some of these properties may be in better condition than we give them credit for. They could be, like Mr. and Mrs. Jean, struggling to get the work done, although their intentions are good. So I guess I really struggle why we wouldn't, if we're dealing with taxpayers, and this one's strictly on us with no provincial or federal funding by the sounds of it, why we wouldn't do the 16 appraisals so we actually were maybe a bit more educated when it comes to this decision tonight.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, if council wishes for us to go through the appraisal process, we certainly can do that. I would suggest that from when we presented on January 23rd until to date, there certainly would not have been enough time to complete that body of work. Generally, the appraisal process will take several weeks, if not a couple months, depending on the properties themselves. Having said that, our approach was consistent with what we determined through best practices, and that's why we continued to move ahead with the assessed value process.
Okay, I guess through the chair to Jade, is there an opportunity to make a friendly motion or amendment to the motion at this time?
Thank you, Councillor Bouzier, and through the chair, it would depend on the context of what type of friendly amendment you would be making. Of course, a friendly amendment is intended to clarify the motion and not intended to substantially change it. If you are looking to substantially change the motion on the floor, my recommendation would be it would be served as an amendment.
I guess I'm looking at a fifth option where maybe we hire a local appraiser, a professional, and he or she or the local company ascertains a market value on these properties before, so we can present another option, I guess, to the owners.
If I may, through the chair, that is a different direction than the motion that's on the floor now. So either I would suggest that would be part of a referral of this subject back to staff for that investigation, or as Ms. Brown pointed out, some kind of amendment. It would not be considered a friendly amendment. It's certainly changing the direction of the motion. So you may have to go through the process of considering this motion, and if it passes or does not, then a subsequent motion to add the clarity that you're looking for. But the cleanest way would be a referral motion for staff to be directed to undertake that work as a direction of council.
Okay. To the chair, to our CEO, I would like to put that on the table if possible at this time.
Paraphrasing, through the chair, Councillor Boussier, I'll make this statement, and Councillor Boussier, you can help us understand this is your intent, would be to refer the matter back to staff to further investigate undertaking professional appraisals of the properties to be considered as part of a voluntary buyout program.
That would be correct. And I guess through the chair to our CEO, and I'm not sure, and I'm not sure if the RM has even confirmed these numbers, like out of the 60 and how many are looking for this voluntary buyout. I know Mrs. Jean and a couple other people have said it looks like some will stay. So I guess the amendment would be just,
Sorry,
I guess the one.
Councillor Bussier, right now we have this motion on the floor. So what you're asking is if we refer this back to administration, and then we would have to wait until they do the appraisals and then bring it back to council at a future council meeting to discuss that option.
I guess so, yes. I mean, we're giving people till September 23rd, I think it was, or sometime in September. Certainly 16 appraisals can be done probably by the end of April.
Okay, let me keep that on my notes here, and I can go to the other councillors that have their lights on here, and we can go back to that if you wish.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess as I go through my laundry list here of things I've written down, I think the issue, for me, the issue on the table here is that it's been 3 years since a flood. And in no other part of this community, whatever's ever happened, and we've been through many, many things, have we waited 3 years to help anybody. And so as we go through and we look about this, to me, this is equitable. And it's not about who's paying for it, but it's about how do we make sure that everybody's taken care of the same way that we've taken care of other people in the past. And we've shown precedents that we've done this in waterways, and we've done this in Parliament Court. And yes, the Alberta government has been in on this, but at the same time, are we willing to let people just not have the same lifestyle and do the same things for other communities that we're not willing to do for other people because other people hit the table? And it's not that we're not able to help, it's just that when I hear that we don't want to, what it does is it makes me feel like we're treating people differently. And for me, that's where this becomes important. We know that the number on the book sometimes looks big, but we know that not everybody's going to take it. I've talked to many residents down there. This isn't, I'd be guessing, but you know, that number won't be as high as it looks, because if everybody doesn't take the payout, that becomes a lower number, even when you're putting in the soft costs. We can't resell the property, so we're not taking it back for profit, and we're not taking it back when it goes. I know that when I buy a property and I go somewhere, I don't talk to the municipality. So there's the conversation that I've heard many times, and I just don't love it. But it's the conversation that people just knew that they were getting in a flood zone. And sure, it could seem a little bit like common sense, but where I buy, no one's telling me the environmental risks of what's around. I wasn't told by a real estate agent. I wasn't told by my lawyer, and I don't talk to the municipality unless I'm building. And so, for me, the inherent risks are there, but we live in a forest, and there was a forest fire. That's an inherent risk, but we don't talk about that. But yet we pay for fire breaks, and we make them safe. We bought out places in other flood zones, and I think that we just need to do it here. And so for me, that's why I support this, is because I think we're taking care of the people. I think it's been far too long, and I think that we need to move forward. I do appreciate Councillor Bussier's appraisal look at. What I don't want to do, and I don't know if there's a way to do it, and I guess I would ask administration if there was a possibility of putting it on the table without delaying this, as I know that there are people that are in financial struggles and in financial situations that banks are waiting to hear what we're doing today, whether they're going to take their house or not. And so it's important that I think that residents that have been here for a long time, that have been waiting, that we can get an answer for them today. But I do appreciate where Councillor Bussier is coming from, is that the appraised value might be important, but at the same time, an appraisal 3 years after, if somebody hasn't been able to do anything with their house because they couldn't afford it, the appraisal will be lower than it would be in 2019 to where it is right now. And so I think that's a great option. I would just want to know if there was a way to do it without delaying it. Thank you.
Just through the chair to Councillor Weigel, it's really difficult for administration to respond to that last part of the question because we can't provide you the information about what the difference between appraisal values and assessed values may be. So it adds just another layer of complexity that needs to be investigated in order for council to understand what the impacts of that are to make a decision. So I think it's really in the end up to council to move forward with the program as it's laid out with the use of assessed value, which aligns with other best practices that we've had in place for other situations, and just move forward with that. That's the most direct and most effective and efficient way of getting this program underway. If the interest is in that valuation of the property, I think it's a more complicated discussion, and we really need to take that back, do that work for council, and be able to advise you on what the implications are.
I appreciate that. Thank you, CAO Thorkelson. And so I guess my question direct, and you probably just answered it, but I just want to make it clear that we could not put on the table that we could take the highest value of an assessment between 2020 to 2023 or an appraisal.
Through the chair, well, council could certainly do that. You could say it could be the highest of any of those things. The challenge from my perspective as administration, it doesn't provide us an opportunity with providing council the understanding what the implications of that are. That doesn't mean that council can't move forward with that direction, but my advice would be to do that with eyes wide open and understanding the implications. The implications may not be significant and may in fact be minor, but I think the challenge is we could end up in that discussion and debate with council on the evaluations if appraisals are lower than assessed values, which is possible in the market. Then it's this discussion about, well, which one then? And we would have done appraisal work for and expenses of the property owner, because those expenses I would expect that we're requiring the property owners to undertake those appraisals, not the municipality to undertake them on their behalf.
Right.
That work would have been done for naught because we'd be back to using an assessed value.
Okay, I appreciate that. And last question for administration. Thank you, CAO Thorkelson. Just for clarity, did we buy out vacant lands in Parliament Court when there was buyouts?
Through the chair, we did acquire some vacant lots in Ptarmigan Court, yes. I just want to also add to the conversation on appraisals. Based on our benchmarking, and I probably should have offered this up earlier, so my apologies, but based on on our benchmarking, appraised values were only utilized by other communities in the cases where there was mandatory buyouts, so essentially expropriation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to Director McMurdo. I think you clarified that for me. The normal process for buyouts are at assessed value rather than market value in other jurisdictions?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, that is correct. Based on our benchmarking, assessed values were employed in cases where there was voluntary buyouts. As I just previously mentioned, there were instances where appraised values were utilized, but that was in the case of mandatory buyouts, also known as expropriation.
Thank you. So provincial funding for buyouts was provided for Ptarmigan Court when they flooded in 2020. So as the province is not willing to step up for Draper, I support the recommendation by administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor McGrath?
Thank you. Just keeping in the spirit of the motion that's on the floor, I believe it's Councillor Bougier's amendment. And my question to administration would be, along with that, would there be somehow to keep the needle moving on the 16 properties and the 13 million request for just a buy? We, as councillors and stewards of the purse, we should know relative of what the final costs are. If we do get 16 people, that want to move, which I doubt because I know most of them, and there's people that want to stay. And through the chair, we have a capital program that's just about to finish up with the hard top at the end of Draper that we just finished. Took us years. The second would be what I heard this evening. If we go this, I guess not to hold back administration on seeking the properties, but the appraisal, the capital project spend that we would eliminate, which the lady brought forward, is great to hear residents come with a perspective. Because if we're going to move everybody, then it can be all a beautiful park space. But are we setting people up to fail? We don't know if there's 8 or 16 people want to move. At the end of the day, as stewards of the public purse, the 12 million is just a number off of paper that you and I have home on the fridge. But some people's homes are not a dollar bill. They're where they raised their families, where they took their skidoo out of the back, where they fixed their son's bike. You don't buy those things. And because we've been here, some of us, I guess my question is, how do we keep this moving, but how do we not pit one community against the other, and what the final bill is, and who wants in, who wants out? Because we have an engineering about to plan the water and sewer and the ditch work. We just finished the capital project. So when I first started council, we were getting $1.3 billion every year. Well, 10 years later, we're getting 600 million a year. And 2 years from now, we'll have 400 million a year. So we won't be around graced with these decisions because they'll be made for us. So we have a few bucks. I want to support Councillor Bougier in the proper assessment, but also giving council the right information, but also not hindering people's progress. And you know, I guess that's my concern. We're not here to hold anybody up, but I think we need to look at this from all angles and certainly learn from our buyouts and the absence of the other two levels of government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath.
I guess if you're looking for the question, Mr. Mayor, and I know I'm long-winded, heavens knows, but I'm willing to bet we've spent, as a community, about $35 million to date from the roundabout on Responders Way to Draper, and we still have 75% of the residents still in want. So that, to me, if we're going to do this, we need to do it right and take our own learnings from this community for the last 10 years. So I guess the point is, I think we need to peel back the onion and find out exactly what this is going to cost us. And never lost on me the human element. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. In terms of this vote, my colleagues are going to vote their conscience and what they believe, but I think Councillor McGrath made a very valid point, is that for many years we had an abundance of money and now we don't. And some of my points are certainly not to displease the residents of Draper or anybody else. It's simply to ask the question, what is a municipal responsibility and what is not? You know, Councillor Waggle's question about buying lots, and we didn't buy lots in Ptarmigan Park. The province did. We administered the program. City of Calgary administered the program for the province. City of Red Deer administered the program for the province. Brooks administered the program for the province, not for the cities themselves. And again, for people, where do we draw the line? We have condos in Fort McMurray that can't get insurance, so people's homes are being interrupted. Do we pay off those condos? Like, where do you draw the line of municipal responsibility versus personal responsibility? And when you've got $1 billion coming in every year, you can expand what you hope those responsibilities look. But as the money goes down, you can't. And at some point, we're going to decide, well, we can do this, but we can't fund cleaning the roads. Like, where do you draw the line? And that's where I'm coming from. That's the basis of my questions all the way through, not to disappoint or to frustrate the people of Draper, but to say, where does the line get drawn? And yes, it's about people, but it's about all the people in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. So to review here, what we've got is something we haven't dealt with before. Right. Something we haven't dealt with before. So just to educate my council and people in the audience here today, we've gone to the province, we've gone to federal government. I've gone to every minister, I've written them letters, I've called them, I've harassed them. I even grabbed the Minister of Environment in the hallway at a conference, and her response was, oh, I have Draper, it's on my desk on a paper. Well, that's fine, it's on your desk on a paper, but we have residents that need assistance, so that's not gonna help us in a flood, that paper being on your desk. So we have gone through all that. And what I've learned in the last couple of years is the RMWB is different than anywhere else in the world. And it's surprising to most people in the country that that's a fact. So things we do sometimes are out of the box. It's a different demographic, the RMWB. And we're building berms around the city object residents. So I think this is something I definitely support to do. Either way we go. But definitely I support these motions to support the residents of Draper. So what we have on the floor right now, we have a motion that Councillor Weigel put on the floor, but we also have a motion to refer this back to administration. So that referral, what it means to let council know and the people here, that referral would mean this all goes back to administration and it'll come back at a later date with that information, with the appraisals. And that doesn't mean we can't vote on that this evening because we don't know what that amount will be. So without knowing that amount, we can't vote on that this evening. So what's on the floor right now from Councilor Bussier is the referral. I'm going to go to Councilor McGrath right now quickly, and then we'll have the referral on the floor. I'll read it out, and I'll get someone to motion it and second it. Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just through the chair to the administration. So right now, the values that we're assessing these 16 homes are the tax assessment that we received as ratepayers just a few weeks ago, I would imagine. Would that be correct?
Yeah, the information that's been provided in the options includes various versions of the assessed values from 2020 to 2023, depending upon the option. But currently, the motion before the referral was to use the highest assessed value in that period.
And I'm sorry, Paul, through the chair, I don't know the highest of the highest because I always try to build a bit of contingency in my own budget. So the number that's displayed for the buyouts of just under 13 million, that would be the highest of the three gelled together.
The motion was to use the highest assessed property value between the years of 2020 and 2023.
Okay, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. So I'm going to confirm with Councilor Bussier the referral motion that the matter be referred to administration to conduct appraisals on the properties eligible for the proposed voluntary buyout and report back. Is that correct, Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, I guess you could narrow it down to the folks that are interested, because I believe there's some folks that will continue to live in Draper and some will want to take the voluntary buyout. So I don't know if the city has that information at hand, like who's interested in staying and who's interested in leaving.
No, through the chair, we very much do not have that information. And that is part of the driving force behind the proposal as it was brought forward, is because what we heard loud and clear from residents of Draper is that they, as individual decision makers, they weren't prepared to make a decision until they understood what the programs looked like. So we don't have any of that information. So my assessment of the referral motion would be that we would then go out to do appraisals on all 16 properties and report that to council, because we have no way of filtering and understanding who might be interested and who might not be interested.
Okay. I'm assuming we'll hear from the ones that are interested tomorrow morning.
So, Councilor Bussier, can I confirm that is the motion you have on the floor?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Grandison?
I'll second the motion.
And do we have any, Councilor Boussier, would you like to speak to it again?
Well, I just think looking at the information provided to us with the 16 assessed values and the fact that the RM has indicated that they've only been into 8 of the homes out of the 16, yeah, I mean, we're just winging the values of some of these homeowners. So it would be nice to get a formal appraisal by some company that's obviously familiar with real estate in Fort McMurray and has been in the properties or viewed some of the properties for comparative reasons instead of just relying on assessed values.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Does anyone else have any debate points? Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess this is to administration, and I don't know if you have this, but if we were to do this, when can we come back with an amended motion on the table?
Through the chair, Councillor Weigel, I really can't tell you because we don't know how many appraisals we'll end up having to do. Some property owners may not be at all interested, and we'll hear that undoubtedly, but we'll have to contact them all, make arrangements for an appraiser to do the work, and it's really up to their schedule. So I would say it's months. So a minimum of 60 days before we could be back, potentially longer, just depending on how the timing of all these things go.
Okay, and I guess is this debating? And I'm for it. I guess my struggle here is I feel like this just continues to get delayed, and I think that's where I sit with this, is that it seems to get delayed and delayed and delayed, and I love the appraised value, but we're 2 months out. Again, I've had calls from banks like that I've had to defer, saying, hey, like, I don't know where we're at. I don't know where we're at, but I just know people are on the line right now with banks that don't want to go 1 more month without a decision. And so the delay in this worries me. And so I don't know. I like the idea. I like the intent. I like the whole piece of it. I worry about the delay, because I worry about it in 2 months and we don't like that. Then it's another 2 months and then we're after summer and we're 3 years down the road. And so I don't know. I have a hard time around this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I guess my only comments to this are what's the end deal? I mean, if the motion includes this appraisal at some later date, ultimately it's the highest assessed value or appraisal, whichever's higher. It's not whichever's lower, correct? So there's a really good chance that the appraisals are going to be significantly lower than what the assessed values are. So all we'll be learning is how much we spent too much, is my assumption. Or how much more we paid than we should have for what it's. We all know market prices are going down right now. Housing prices are going this way, not that way. So I get the reason why, but if the motion's not going to change to include the word lowest instead of highest, what's the point of it?
Thank you, Councilor Ball. Councilor Majoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My thoughts are similar to what Councillor Ball said. And so I'm only thinking, in order not to continue to delay, if it's possible to go ahead, and then if there's any homeowner that insists on appraiser, I don't know if that's an option, but this has been going on and on, so I hope we can move forward with this.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. I don't think we can vote on not knowing an amount, not knowing the number. We wouldn't know the number at this time for an appraisal.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Part of the problem is, and Councillor Ball is correct, if the motion is to pay the highest price versus what the appraised value is. But as a council that has fiscal responsibility written into its business plan, I'm not sure paying an extra $3 million for properties is fiscally responsible. So without having an appraised value on what we're paying, I can tell you as a realtor, houses that are overpriced don't sell, plain and simple. And whatever the market value is whatever the market value is. We don't just pull a number out of the air. And municipal assessments are always behind. So I, for one, am in favor of getting an appraised value and looking at purchasing properties. If the decision is going to be to buy properties, in my opinion, it should be at the value of those properties, not the hoped value.
Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. And just to speak to Councillor Ball's comments there, on the list that was provided to us, it looks like 3 properties increase in value. One was fairly significant, and I don't know why, if a house was built or a house was completed on it. Unfortunately, with what we're provided, it doesn't explain the differences in the values. So again, that was maybe one of the reasons I'd like to see some appraisals, current appraisals done on these properties, given that 3 of these properties seen significant increases. And I mean, Councillor Wago mentioned something about Draper Road. People have been waiting 3 years or 4 years. I mean, we also have people downtown that are still waiting for the flood mitigation to be done, and they risk getting flooded again this year. So, I mean, it's not just Draper. It's most of the downtown is still exposed to some type of flooding. If we get a, like a flood jam or an ice jam like we did in 2020. So it's not that I'm trying to delay it. I think to be fair to these 16 owners, that there should be an appraisal done given the lack of information that we have here in front of us. So again, I'll let it go to vote and we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair, and to respond to Councillor Grandison and Councillor Bouzier, I didn't say I didn't disagree with the appraisal. I disagree if we don't change the motion to say lowest. If it still says highest, it's a moot point. And I mean, you're in the real estate market. I mean, the numbers are going down, not up, are they not?
Councillor Boussier?
Well, I'm retired, so I'm not in the real estate market.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. And again, thank you for the clarification, Councillor Ball. But in my mind, those people that put us in these chairs need to know what we're doing with their money. And if that's spending millions of dollars more than the appraised value, they're the ones that need to know what we're doing with their money. They can't know that if we don't give them the information.
Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. And certainly how this dovetails into my question. The question is, capital projects plus assessed values plus the biggest thing is the humanity piece, the homeowners we're talking about tonight. Nobody knows if it's going to take us 2 months or 2 weeks, simply because we don't know if there's 6 people want to sell their homes or 7. So I would imagine with the energy in this region and the expertise, the first job tomorrow morning should be who wants out. And if it's only 6 families, it can be done. Like, it's painful to listen to some of the comments about getting work done in McMurray. I look around here tonight, out in the audience, I've seen guys that, they do it all. They probably can tell you how much they're going to move a house, but my question is, I support Councillor Bouzier, not because I like him, because everybody knows I don't, but we rush, and what I hear tonight, if there's a bank at home right now waiting for me to make a decision, that's not a very good bank. Stop dealing with them tomorrow morning, because they're not human. And I think this needs, not delayed, but for God's sakes, we've learnt our millions of dollars mistakes in this old city hall. And what might be 13 million today we might only have 3 families that want to move. And it becomes a moot point because we still need to pave the roads, put the water and sewer in, and let people build. So there's not just a money issue here this evening. And again, I'm going to support Lance's, not deferral, because we have a big administration here, a big engine horse that we can find out. Those 16 people, we've already talked to them. I'm willing to bet about 20 times in 16. And to refute a comment here tonight, this hasn't been on the go for 3 years. The Draper buyout was brand new since last fall. So this is not 3 years old. The correct Lance, Councillor Bouzier, because I want to support the community, but also want to make sure that homeowners get a fair kick at the cat. And I'm willing to bet when you come back, there'll be 6 or 7 people that want to leave, and the others will want to stay, and that'll make short work for administration. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd go so far as to suggest amending the motion to be the appraised value. I can tell you as a real estate agent for years, there are many times that an appraised value comes in higher than the municipal assessment, and there are times it comes in lower. The reality is an appraised value gives you an actual value of the property in today's market based on square footage, location, market value, and all of the rest of it. So I believe it would be more advantageous to have a motion that suggested that the value is the appraised value, not a guessed value.
From what I understand, we can't make a motion like that because we don't know what the appraised value is. We're voting on a number we don't know.
Essentially, we're voting on a guessed number as it is now. with the municipal value, because it's not reflective of an actual value either.
But we have the appraised value, the exact appraised value that's on the assessments. That's what we have right now, the assessment values. So we know the maximum of each item.
But we have an assessed value. I've been in real estate for years. I can tell you how many times I've held up a municipal assessed value and an appraised value, and they can be $100,000 apart. What we have is an estimate based on a formula versus an actual value of the property. So an appraised value is a number. So we have a number, but we don't have a value, sir.
Right. So as we're debating on Councillor Boussier's motion to defer it, that's put it back to refer it back to administration. That's what we're doing, exactly that.
All right.
Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding is that we're asking people to make a decision before we have a program if we're asking who wants the buyout and who doesn't. And I'm coming around to the idea, and I like it, and it was no disrespect, and thank you for correcting me, Councillor Boussier. There are people that are still unprotected downtown. My 3-year comment is the fact that we have not put a program on the table for Draper for the 3 years where there's been a program continuing on for the people in the downtown area. So I just want a correction there. Thank you, Councillor Boussier, for correcting me there. Can administration come back with a hard date when to have this back? And I ask this because I think the people of Draper need to know that if we're going in a direction and we're going back to administration, there needs to be a date when we can get this back on the table. And I would hope that my colleagues that are asking for this are in favor of the program and we're not delaying it. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I think I responded to this question that you asked it before. I'm not comfortable giving council a hard date on this because we're not in control of the process. Administration are not in control of the appraisals or the entity undertaking the appraisal, so I can't speak on their behalf. I can't give you a hard date. We will do it as expeditiously as possible if this is council's direction, but I can't provide you a hard date. Doing so would be just a guess on our part, and we run up against not meeting that expectation. And so if you ask me for a hard date, I'm going to give you one that's quite a ways out there so that we can come underneath it.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Thank you, CEO. Do we have any other comments from council? Councillor Weigel?
Can I ask somebody, a resident here a question? Am I able to do that? So no? Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Do you have any other debate points of council? Not seeing any. Yeah. So again, the motion that Councillor Bussier put on the floor and seconded by Councillor Grandison, that the matter be referred to administration to conduct appraisals on properties eligible for the proposed voluntary buyout and report back. Okay. Okay, I'm going to reread this as Councillor Bussier's sentiment as we spoke earlier, that the matter be referred to administration to conduct appraisals on properties interested for the and eligible for the proposed voluntary buyout and report back. I'll try. That the matter be referred to administration to conduct appraisals on properties interested and eligible for the proposed voluntary buyout and report back. Councillor Weigel?
If somebody does not come forward as interested, but later on wants to use the program, are they able to?
As long as, through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I would say, right now we don't have a program approved by council. What we have is the direction to undertake appraisals of potential participants. If council was to approve the program with the deadline that was in it, which was September of this year, for any participants to participate by that date. If that deadline was to remain and someone came in after this appraisal process but still met that deadline, they could qualify for the program, assuming that that's the deadline and that council doesn't shift that deadline based on shifting timeframes that may happen coming out of the referral motion.
Could I assume, because we're going to take a minimum of 2 months, it sounds like, if not 3, to do this, and I know that's not a hard number, that the number or the date enabled to be eligible would also move?
Through the chair, I would fully have that expectation that council would want to see that pushed out as well.
Okay.
To accommodate this this process that's been injected.
Thank you.
Do you have any debate points of council? So I think Councillor Bajoko.
Yeah, it's just a quick one. So we are still taking the highest figure for each property after the exercise.
Through the chair, at this point, no. The referral is very specific to just staff to go away and undertake this appraisal process. We'll have to come back and then have council make a decision about the program itself.
Okay.
As to which value council accepts as the value for the program.
Thank you.
And so council is educated. This referral goes back to the entire motion, parts 1 and part 2. They'll both come back at a later date. So if council's comfortable with this, you have a question, Councillor McGrath? No? Okay, thank you. Okay. Councillor Weigel?
Can I ask that we do this before the summer break?
Through the chair to Councilor, when you say do this.
Sorry, if we put this forward, I know we can't do a hard date, but can we say that we can have this back before the summer break?
So the summer break is mid-July, and we are currently in, say, mid-March, April, May, June, July, 4 months. To have this information about the appraisals back That's a reasonable number, but I'm not prepared to commit to a council meeting date, but we will certainly endeavor to do that. I think that's not an unreasonable expectation. But again, I want to reiterate to council, as administration, we're not in control of the moving parts here. And so we'll be at the mercy, as it were, of others in this process.
Okay. And I guess my ask, and I don't know if it's an amendment, but you said if it was the direction of council, my hope and direction would be that we do this as expeditiously as possible.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to admin, I guess my question would be, how long would it take to hire an appraiser? Do we got to go through the whole RFP process, or can someone from admin just pick up a phone tomorrow and call a local appraiser and get some pricing from one or two different companies? The only reason I ask is I don't think it's going to, once an appraiser is chosen, I don't think it's going to take a lot of time to do the appraisals.
Through the chair to Councillor Bouzier, we will look at whatever processes are possible under our procurement practices to remain in alignment with the legislative requirements for procurement, and also to do this as expeditiously as possible. I can't commit to you here that tomorrow we'll pick up a phone and call a local appraiser and award a contract, in part because we don't know the properties that are being appraised yet either. Notwithstanding that, we will attempt, following Council Weigel's commentary, to do this as expeditiously as possible on all fronts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Do we have any other debate points of council? I'm not seeing any. And at first I was against the referral because I wanted to get this off the table for the residents of Draper so they could move forward with what they were going to do. But I think, listening to the comments of my fellow colleagues and also thinking of the residents of Draper, if this results in the appraisal being higher, them getting a better value for their home and being able to relocate, I think I support that. So with that said, there's no other debate points. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We're going to take a 10-minute recess right now, and we'll join everyone back here in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. And we're just waiting for the council to return to their seats here. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Next item on the agenda is my motion regarding additional snow dump. I'd like now to vacate the chair and ask Deputy Mayor, actually Acting Mayor Ben Joko, to just change seats with me, please.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. The next item on the agenda is item number 7.4, which is Mayor Bowman's motion regarding an additional snow dump. Mayor Bowman, could you please read out your motion?
Ben Joko. Thank you, Acting Mayor Ben Joko. I move the administration explore and bring forward options to coincide in consideration in the 2024 capital budget for the potential development of additional snow dump to be located south of the Athabasca River.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Please go ahead.
I second the motion.
Mayor Bowman, you may now speak to your motion.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Ben Joko. My reason for this motion is we have a considerable amount of property south of the bridge, even including as far as Anzac, that gets hauled to our snow dump north of the city. So we have a lot of large trucks coming through the residential areas in Thickwood to get to our snow dump with an increased danger for residents, being all these trucks on Thickwood Boulevard, but also with increased costs to small businesses that move the snow from residents and businesses in Gregoire as far as Anzac and downtown. So a snow dump south of the city would actually alleviate a lot of those issues.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Understanding we may have members of the public who wish to speak to this item. We will now move to delegates, if there's any.
Thank you, and through the chair, confirming for the record, we have no delegates for this item.
Okay. Okay. We will now move to questions of council and debate. Okay, any questions from councillors? Yes, I knew that would happen. Councillor Grandison, please.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Joko. Through the chair, not so much a question, just a matter of support. I think it would be wise for the municipality to explore a potential cost and from a safety perspective, but also a convenience perspective for our community to have appropriate resources for its residents and municipal staff. It's not just the small businesses. Municipality would save money dropping snow on the south side of town as well, not just small businesses. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gradis. Councillor Stroud, please. Okay.
Now I'm green. Okay. Following Mayor Bowman's remarks on Gregoire Lake Estates and Anzac, who want to remove snow off their property must take it to Tower Road, which is very costly as it is over 120 kilometers round trip. However, the necessity to remove excess snow is that when the snow melts too quickly, the water runs into the outside tanks, for water and sewer, creating overflows, extra pump outs, and other environmental challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. I have one or two comments of my own following the line of Mayor Bowman. So, do you have a particular place in mind for this snow dump? If I missed that, I know you said
No, I
uptown
don't.
or
That's part
somewhere.
of the ask administration.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from any of us? Okay, no. Councillor McGrath? Did I do that? Did I do it right?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Mayor Bowman, for bringing it forward. I think it's just common sense. And I think it's we're apt to say that we'll be ahead of the proper people next week from the environment to make fruit of your motion, because it just makes sense. If we're going to be zero net by 50, this is a way that we not only do we improve our carbon imprint, but we also resolve some business challenges for our local community. So kudos for you for bringing it ahead. And if we can put oil in a barrel, we can put snow on the dump. We just need a little bit of effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Mayor Bowman, do you have any closing comments or before we close the debate and begin the vote?
No further comments. Thank you.
So I also want to reiterate the comments from my colleagues. Thank you for bringing this motion forward, and we appreciate it. Are there any other questions? Okay. So, seeing no further questions, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you, Mayor Bowman. That's it. You may now come back. Thank you.
Next, we have a report on legalities of off-highway vehicle use in the urban service area. I'd like to invite Caitlin Hanley, Municipal Legal Counsel, to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'm here tonight to speak to legalities of operating off-highway vehicles in the Fort McMurray urban service area. At the July 12th council meeting, the Public Works Department presented the Urban Service Area Off-Highway Vehicle Strategic Plan. At that time, council passed a resolution that the Urban OHV Strat Plan be approved. As an action item from that meeting, council asked that administration return with information on the legalities of OHV use in the urban service area. So in considering the legalities of OHV use in the urban area, the Legal Services Department has interpreted this in two different ways. So first, we're going to present on the laws that govern whether or not it is currently legal or illegal to operate an OHV in a particular space. And so this would include whether or not council has the authority to permit greater use of OHVs in that space. And second, the legal risks that could arise in instances where council chooses to exercise any authority that it may have. So we start with where is it legal to operate an OHV? Currently, The urban service area off-highway vehicle bylaw prohibits the operation of an OHV in the Fort McMurray urban service area, with the exception of designated staging areas. And in the bylaw, there are 4 designated staging areas, 3 in the urban service area and 1 just outside. So whether or not the municipality has the legal authority to permit OHV use in the urban service area depends on the specific location of the proposed use. So this can be broken down into 2 categories generally, and the first of those would be roads. So the law generally that governs whether or not it's legal to operate an off-highway vehicle on the road is the Traffic Safety Act. It's the same piece of legislation that sets the rules when you're driving your vehicle on the road. And then as a subordinate piece of legislation, there is an off-highway vehicle regulation. And so in general terms, the Traffic Safety Act does not allow the operation of OHVs on roads. However, there are some exceptions to that rule. So first, in terms of operating OHVs on municipal roads, a municipality, and through its council, has the authority to pass a bylaw authorizing the operation of OHVs on some or all of the roads in its direction, control, or management. In the urban service area, this is almost all of the roads, with the exception of the Parsons Creek Interchange and Highway 63, which are provincial highways. This ability to permit OHV use on roads also includes the authority to place limitations on the use of these roads, and this might include things like limiting the hours of use that an OHV is permitted on roads, limiting use to only certain identified roads, or setting specific speed limits. However, it does need to be in compliance with the general regulations set out in the Traffic Safety Act. And so, for instance, the municipality could not create a separate licensing scheme for OHVs, or we could not permit someone younger than 14 to drive an OHV on the road. So the second category then of OHV operation on roads would be provincial roads. In the municipality, as I mentioned, that would be Highway 63 and the Parsons Creek Interchange, which is officially Highway 686. The Traffic Safety Act provides that the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors can choose to make a ministerial order authorizing OHV use on a road that falls within provincial direction, control, and management. So we've reached out to Alberta Transportation, and we've confirmed that there are currently no municipal orders, ministerial orders specific to these roads that would permit the operation of OHVs. We think it's really unlikely that the province would ever allow it on Highway 63, given the amount of industrial traffic that we see on that highway. So then third, we deal with the operation of an OHV across a road. So as I mentioned, there is a regulation called the OHV regulation, which is enacted as subordinate legislation to the Traffic Safety Act. It does allow the operation of an OHV across any road, whether it's municipal or provincial, but there are certain rules that have to be followed. And some examples of those rules would be the driver. Everybody except for the driver needs to disembark from the off-highway vehicle when it crosses the road. The driver has to stop before crossing. The driver has to take the shortest route of travel available to cross. And so, it's clear from reading that the intention is that a municipality could not restrict an OHV driver from crossing the road where they're going from one parcel where it's legal to operate to another parcel where it's legal to operate. So again, as I mentioned, we interpreted the considering the legalities of off-highway vehicle use in the urban service area to extend beyond just what the municipality is allowed to do legally, but also to consider the legal consequences or risks that might exist if the municipality chose to authorize that or to enact that authority. Oh, you're going to have to forgive me. I'm going to backtrack because I skipped over trails and greenbelts, which is an important part of the presentation. So permitting OHV use along some form of corridor in the urban service area, which is something that is broadly considered in the OHV strat plan, would generally require that OHVs be permitted to operate on greenbelt spaces in the municipality, and likely also to some extent on existing trails in the municipality. Whether or not council can permit the operation of OHVs in these spaces largely depends on who owns the lands and whether or not any rights to those lands have been granted to third parties. So the first category of land that I've highlighted here would be private lands or public lands that may have utilities or rights of way that have been granted on those lands. In that instance, it's typical that the express consent of the landowner or the rights holder is required in order to cross these lands. That might be, for instance, in the case of a pipeline or even the municipality's right of way. A lot of it is going to depend on what specific rights have been granted to that third party and whether or not the agreement prevents other uses of the land. So then the second category of land that I've highlighted here would be generally municipal lands. And in the context, again, of a corridor, a lot of those lands would be what is referred to as greenbelt lands in my presentation here, or more generally, the fire break lands that surround a lot of the urban service area. Operation of OHVs on municipal trails and greenbelt spaces in the urban service area is currently prohibited by the Urban Service Area OHV bylaw. However, in general terms, the municipality does have the authority to determine if OHVs can legally operate on those green spaces or the trails. In some cases, it is important to be aware that the municipality may have granted exclusive rights to third parties. Some of our lands are encumbered by pipeline rights of way, or licenses of occupation, or even a lease. So this does create a bit of a more complicated answer about whether or not we can authorize OHV use on municipal lands where those rights that we have granted may be incompatible with OHV use. So the third category of land that I've considered here today is provincial lands. And whether or not OHV use is permitted on provincial lands or trails, it depends on a number of factors. And this would include whether or not the land may be subject to an existing disposition. And that's sort of the provincial language that's used for granting of rights to a third party, or whether or not it's designated in some way under provincial legislation, like the Forests Act or the Public Lands Act. So in general, OHV use is often prohibited in provincial parks, but it is permitted on designated trails in wildland parks or in provincial recreation areas. So in our region, an example would be like Richardson backcountry, where a lot of people OHV, it's generally permitted. So whether or not an OHV can be legally operated on provincial lands requires identifying the specific land that you're talking about, which department is listed on the certificate of title, and whether not or how the lands have been designated for use by the province through various pieces of legislation. So it's unfortunately a lawyer's answer of it's not as straightforward as you probably want it to be. But there we have it. So as I was mentioning earlier, the next stage in considering the legalities of operating off-highway vehicle use in the urban service area is considering what the legal risks might be to the RMWB. So it's a process of assessing whether or not to exercise the powers that have been granted to authorize OHV use, because in some cases, these legal risks can translate into financial liability. The particular legal risks that will be triggered is a very fact-specific analysis, and it often depends on the precise location where the OHV use is being considered. So for example, the risks of allowing OHV use on roads, trails, or municipally owned green spaces will be different depending on the exact nature and specific location of these roads, trails, or municipally owned green spaces. And I've provided a couple of maps here to sort of provide an example of why that is. And so if you see the map on the left where we have McKinley Crescent, and then the map on the right where we have the Cree Road area, both are located close to each other in the Timberley neighborhood. However, authorizing OHV use across municipal green space from a property on McKinley Crescent will have different risks than authorizing that use across municipal green space from a property on Cree Road. The first facilitates increased access through forested area that is at a greater risk of forest fires, while the other facilitates direct access to a road that sees heavy use by industrial traffic. And that's Tower Road. So it's difficult without understanding exactly where that proposed use is being proposed to provide a thorough analysis of the legal risks. But notwithstanding that, we do want to give you a sense of what some of these considerations are. And so I have provided a bit of an overview. Okay. So first, legal risks can be thought of as those risks where either the source of the risk or the consequence of the risk is legal. And so, for example, if the law allows the activity, is there a risk of breaking another law if we engage in that activity? Would we be breaking contractual commitments we've made if we allow that activity to occur? Or is there a legal risk of being liable for any injury that occurs if we permit that activity? So they're just some of those broad examples. So the first category that we've considered here would be incompatibility with existing contracts. So the municipality is party to a large number of contracts with government, industry, and individuals. And in some cases, we've accepted obligations or granted rights to third parties, which need to be considered when determining whether or not to allow OHV use in the urban service area. One example of these contractual commitments would be the mutual aid fire control agreements that the municipality has entered into with the government of Alberta. So this agreement stipulates that the municipality is responsible for preventing and controlling all structure fires within the municipality. And it also stipulates that the municipality is responsible for preventing and controlling wildfires within the urban service area. So under the mutual aid agreement, where one party provides services or aid to another, the requesting party will be responsible for those costs. So what's critical here is that the where the source of ignition of the fire is in the urban service area, the municipality is going to be responsible for the costs of fighting the fire. Humans in general, I think, we can accept that they're believed to be the leading cause of wildfires in Canada. In 2020, Alberta's Minister of Agriculture reported that 71% of wildfires in the previous year were human caused. And OHVs are known to be one source of these human-caused wildfires. An exhaust system can heat up to temperatures in excess of 204 degrees Celsius, causing built-up materials and debris on the machine to heat up, smolder, and ignite. The landscape in the urban service area includes many urban forested areas, and a number of these areas are immediately adjacent to open municipal green spaces and trails. I think it's a reality that we would have to accept that permitting OHV use in these areas increases the risk of wildfire ignition in the urban service area, and this translates into a potentially large financial liability for the municipality. The next category of risk that we've considered is regulatory risk. And this can be described broadly as the possibility that changes to the law could have a negative impact on the municipality. So a majority of the lands surrounding the urban service area are owned by the government of Alberta. And OHV users currently access these lands through cut lines, pipelines, and other unofficial means. The Crown lands that surround the urban service area do not include any provincial trails that have been designated under the Trails Act or any public land use zones that would permit OHV use. So, and I believe this is in large part because of the oil sands industry. So these lands tend to be vacant Crown lands and lands that are encumbered by oil sands leases, which, you know, to some extent, surface rights have been granted where those leases are being mined. The province's approach to granting these rights does create a practical challenge in terms of ascertaining where OHV use is actually legally authorized in the rural service area. So as a result of limited enforcement activities in the rural service area, it's likely that a lot of OHV use that is occurring is technically not legally permitted, but people assume that it is because they're not being enforced on. So one of the things that we do need to consider is that the province ultimately controls what the municipality has the jurisdiction to legislate through the Municipal Government Act. Because we are a specialized municipality, the province can make special rules that are applicable only to our municipality through an order in council. If the municipality makes a decision to allow greater OHV use in the urban service area, and it correspondingly has issues that are caused to industry, Indigenous communities, or the province of Alberta, the province could choose to prohibit OHV use in the urban service area itself and take jurisdiction over the matter from the municipality. And this is why, if the municipality is looking to allow greater OHV use, it will be critical to have very targeted conversations with some of those stakeholders in the rural area who could be negatively impacted by creating new routes through the urban service area that might lead to accessing areas in the rural service area that have not traditionally or typically been accessed by off-highway vehicles. So this, the model, again, that the province, that is currently being used, I think it can be contrasted with the abandoned railway line that is currently operated as a snowmobile trail by the snowdrifters. In that instance, the association has worked collaboratively and collectively with the government of Alberta and the municipality as well to obtain the formal consents that are needed to use those lands specifically for dedicated snowmobile use. And that has allowed them to create relationships with industry who also have crossing agreements over those lands so that when they're being used for industrial purposes, the association is able to communicate that out to their members and create a trail system that is generally available for use by their users, but also safe. So the next responsibility, or the next risk that we've considered, is the responsibility as landowner. Of course, as the owner of a number of green spaces in the urban service area, the municipality is likely to be legally responsible for remediating any damage that is caused to these lands by OHV use. And that is particularly where the damage may have adverse impacts to the environment. So even in instances where the law says that the person who caused the damage can be held accountable, the practical reality is that it's difficult to identify an individual who is responsible for causing that damage, and then to meet the threshold that's required at law to hold them legally accountable for remediating that damage. Often we might be able to identify that it was caused by an OHV, but because of the nature of OHV use and moving vehicles, it can be difficult to identify who the operator was. Irresponsible OHV use can disturb soil, destroy plants, damage the watershed, and threaten birds and animals. And it can also result in discharge of harmful substances to the environment. So it's important to know that the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act, which is the main law in Alberta that promotes the protection, enhancement, and wise use of the environment, has mechanisms that allow the province to hold the municipality accountable for remediating damage to lands that it owns. And so one example of that would be where OHV use is a potential source of environmental contamination by a substance that is deemed to cause harm to humans or plants or animals. The municipality can be held legally responsible through an order issued under the Act to remediate that contamination, despite not being involved in having caused that contamination. And now this is more likely to occur where the province believes that the municipality has authorized some particular use that has led to that harm. So the next source of risk here that we have considered is the Occupiers Liability Act, negligence, and the general duty of care that exists to users of that space. As owners of the trail system, the roads, and a majority of the greenbelt spaces, the municipality has a legal obligation to these users to ensure that they are suitable and safe for their intended uses. The extent of this obligation will depend on a number of factors, including whether the space is being used for recreational purposes or for transportation, to the grocery store, the intended use of the space, and the age of the user. So the duty of care is also greater where the user is minor, or where there are minors that will be in that space. So currently, the municipality's roads, trails, and greenbelt spaces have not been designed with the intention of permitting OHV use, or may already be used by the community in ways that are inconsistent with permitting OHV use. And again, that assessment is going to depend on the particular space, greenbelt space that we're talking about. But to provide a couple of examples, when you look at the RMWB's trail system, when the trail system was developed and constructed, shared use with OHVs and other recreational users was not contemplated. So a trail-by-trail assessment may be required to determine whether the standard 3-meter width and existing sight lines on the trails are safe for shared pedestrians and OHV use. It's likely that to ensure this type of shared use is safe for all users, the trail system may need to be redesigned. It may require modifications that extend from simple modifications like signage to more extensive modifications like trail widening or maybe even alternate routes. And as I mentioned, the duty of care is greater where minor children are involved. So these considerations will be especially important in areas where the trails go by schools or playgrounds. In terms of the municipality's roads, currently the municipality has chosen at a policy level to permit parking on both sides of residential streets. And we're also largely a winter community, so this can result in congestion and single lane traffic, particularly in the winter months. As a result of the oil sands industry, our roads see a higher than typical amount of industrial traffic, from buses to service rigs. So these are just two of the examples that I can think of that would need to be studied when we're determining if, where, and how OHVs should be permitted on municipal roads. And then third, in regards to the greenbelt spaces generally, most of the greenbelt spaces in the municipality were developed as fire break during and after the 2016 Horse River wildfire. These spaces are primarily located in an area that we refer to as the urban wildland interface and are close to residential property and also urban forested areas. So proper maintenance of these areas can be critical to the prevention of wildfires. The location is also directly behind residential properties, so it means that issues like drainage or noise are going to be particularly important to those nearby property owners. And finally, the trail system bisects a lot of these spaces, and it's not uncommon to observe unauthorized encroachments like trampolines, play structures, or skating rinks in these public spaces. So again, these are some of the unique characteristics of our community that require a more thorough assessment and dictate the need for a location-specific analysis if we're going to allow OHV use in these greenbelt spaces. And the, let's see here, the last one that we have taken a look at is litigation. So whether or not federal, provincial, or municipal governments have liability in a certain situation is not necessarily indicative of whether or not they're going to be sued. The general perception tends to be that governments have deep pockets, and so this does make the municipality a target for lawsuits. Where the municipality has a statutory protection from liability, or even where the municipality has put significant mitigations in place, isn't a guarantee to prevent an individual or even their insurance company from suing the municipality. Defending a lawsuit can be expensive, even where the municipality has insurance to cover the loss. Responding to litigation takes internal staff resources, and it can have a direct impact on our ability to deliver services to the public when those resources are redirected to responding to litigation. It's also important to be aware that the public sector is generally considered high risk for insurers, and insurance premiums are typically high. If the municipality wants to explore continuing to allow OHV use in municipally owned spaces, it's essential that we engage with the insurer to make sure that our policy will continue to cover the costs of defending any loss where we may be found liable. We would also want to determine whether there may be any longer-term impacts on the insurance premiums that we pay. As we continue to make decisions that might attract more risk, the likelihood of being denied insurance coverage gets greater. So it's important that we do the due diligence to make sure that the municipality remains insured. So as a final piece, there has been a recent increase in complaints related to OHV use in the urban service area, where council works through the process of determining whether or not to permit greater OHV use in the urban area. The activity does remain prohibited. So the goal of the municipality's bylaw services branch is to obtain voluntary compliance with all bylaws. in an effort to obtain voluntary compliance, the Bylaw Services Branch has reconsidered its approach to enforcing OHV laws in the urban service area. As part of this initiative, the branch has developed the Urban Service Area Off-Highway Vehicle Strategy. And this strategy has 3 broad objectives, which include enhancing public awareness of the rules governing OHV use, consistency and clarity in response to non-compliances, and increasing levels of voluntary compliance, particularly in residential areas with high pedestrian traffic. In an attempt to meet these enforcement objectives, Bylaw Services will be implementing 4 different strategies. The first strategy includes traffic stops, conducting traffic stops on municipal property and in particular high pedestrian traffic areas. The second strategy includes directed enforcement, where officers will conduct enforcement in areas that have been heavily reported as or identified as areas of particular concern for unauthorized OHV use. And this will include exploring opportunities for joint initiatives with RCMP. Strategy 3 includes prioritizing the safety and quality of life infractions. So this would be enforcing against infractions that jeopardize the safety of the user or the public at large, and also include infractions that might negatively impact quality of life for residents in the surrounding areas. And then strategy 4, which is an enhanced awareness campaign, including educating the public on the rules surrounding OHV use in the urban service area, as well as the potential consequences for contravening these rules. And this is a bit of a departure from the complaints-based model that Bylaw Services typically uses to enforce, which is why we're bringing that to your attention today. So the recommendations that administration is advancing to council today include developing a detailed plan for OHV use, or are that developing a detailed plan for OHV use in the urban service area requires conducting the necessary analysis and implementing mitigations that are likely to require extensive internal and external resources. This will have both a financial and operational impact on the municipality. It's likely that in a number of instances, these mitigations will be very costly or the risks will be unacceptable to the community, including measures like trail redesign, on-street parking prohibitions, or accepting an increased risk of wildfires. So for this reason, administration recommends that OHV use in the urban service area continue to be prohibited on roads, trails, and greenbelt spaces owned by the municipality. However, a community-based model for developing specific use trails has historically been very successful in our region. And examples of that would be the Snowdrifters and the 300 kilometers of trail that the organization currently grooms for snowmobile use, or the Ptarmigan Ski Club, who partners with the municipality in making some of the Birchwood trails available for use by cross-country skiing. Pursuing this type of model allows the association and indirectly the trail system to benefit from membership fees and even apply for grant funding. So as part of the recommendations, administration is also recommending that should council wish to continue investigating options for increased OHV use in the region, that the municipality continue to explore a community-based model similar to that of the Ptarmigan Ski Club or the Snowdrifters. Upon successful incorporation of an OHV Riders Association, an internal administrative working group could be directed to work with this association to continue to explore opportunities for increasing responsible OHV use in our region. And so thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I appreciate your legal opinion on this, and my experience with legal and lawyers, when I ask to do something, generally the answer is you probably shouldn't. When it goes back to open air martial arts school where kids are going to kick each other in the head, lawyers said you probably shouldn't. When I asked about having mixed martial arts fights, lawyers said you probably shouldn't. And when I asked about fighting a guy that was 400 pounds, my mother said I shouldn't, but lawyers also said I shouldn't. But in seriousness, I can legally buy a dune buggy kit and put it together in my garage, and I can get a license to drive on the road. So is there opportunity for an OHV to be made legal to drive on the streets?
Yeah, so, to the chair, there are a list of regulations that accompany the Traffic Safety Act that specify certain requirements for making a vehicle roadworthy. And in those instances, a vehicle that we might generally think of as an off-highway vehicle is actually a motor vehicle under the Traffic Safety Act that is allowed to drive on roads. So there may be ways that an off-highway vehicle could be made roadworthy.
Right, so it's lights, safety gear, tires, that sort of thing.
That's correct.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions from council? Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. First and foremost, amazing that our bylaw services are taking more proactive, because certainly as a councillor, we've heard many more complaints. One of the things that I just want to know whether you've checked is I seem to remember in the day that my ATV, so I drove a quad, was insured only for off-road. The minute I drove it on a street, it was no longer insured. Do you understand that to be the case?
So through the chair to Councillor Grandison, in general, I would say yes, that is my understanding, that there can be challenges when off-highway vehicles are permitted to operate on roads in terms of whether or not they are insured. But I will also say that I have not canvassed all of the insurance policies that are available on the market. So it may be possible to obtain an insurance policy that would allow the operation of an off-highway vehicle on a road. As an insurance company, I'm not sure that's a risk that I would accept if I were in that situation. So I'm not sure, and we'd need to canvass brokers to find out whether or not that's even available.
Well, I would suggest, and the reason I state this is, despite the comments that certainly our mayor made, we take an off-road vehicle and make it an on-road vehicle is a different insurance requirement. I paid like $35 a year for my quad. I paid, $600 a year for my car. So I'm pretty darn sure that if I was in an accident on a street, the insurance company wouldn't be covering me. So I just simply speak to that, if there is ever any consideration of an off-road vehicle being where it's not supposed to, I'm not sure that an insurance company would consider the Birchwood Trails as off-road, almost, because it's a trail system, it's paved, it's designed for walking, et cetera, that the insurance liability exists. So I'm not really sure where that lands, but I think it quite likely that the insurance would fail to step in for the consumer, and perhaps advertising that or getting that message out may also be helpful in deterring people from riding where they're not supposed to. But thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. Great information, and I'll preface this, I am totally an OHVer. I got a side-by-side. I got a 165-inch 3-inch track that I love to rip it up on, and frankly, that thing's so much fun it should be illegal. However, I don't drive it in town. In your research, did you look at other communities across Alberta that are allowing OHV use? And I'm not talking about Anzac or Conklin or Sapper Creek.
So through the chair to Councillor Ball, that wasn't specifically something that we considered in depth, but in anticipation that was going to come up, I happen to have a binder full of bylaws, and in general, I've taken a look at them, And there are some communities in Alberta that permit it. I would say that generally speaking, they tend to have a much lower population and have a more rural characteristic, not unlike some of our rural hamlets. And then in other instances, it's permitted with restrictions that might include hours where operation is not allowed, only on the side of the road, on the road allowance in the ditch. But again, we could certainly, if you wanted, come back with a more thorough presentation to council on what it looks like in various different communities. But there are so many different approaches taken by different communities here in Alberta.
Okay, thank you. And were you reading the Athabascas?
Yes.
I mean, I have it right here because everyone's been shoving this one in my face saying you're allowed to do it in Athabasca, you're allowed to do it in Athabasca. And I don't know that any of them actually read this. You're not allowed to do it in Athabasca unless you're on the river or you're on a couple of roads. So
yes, so and through the chair to Councillor Ball, in Athabasca in particular, we looked at that one as well, and it's restricted to what's categorized as snow machines during very, very stringent and particular requirements.
yeah, no residential areas. It's through commercial, industrial spaces only and along the river. That being said, I've heard a lot about corridors and so on, and I don't know, I've spoke to every mayor across the province trying to find a spot, and there isn't a single community that I'm aware of that allows OHV use in residential areas, in particular on the back of individuals' homes. So just information for you.
Yes, so through the chair to Councillor Ball, I would agree with you that a majority of the bylaws that we looked at actually had particular exclusions even where they did allow OHV use. It wasn't permitted in residential areas.
Right, and to a couple of comments you made relative to trail widths and 3 meter wide. I have a little experience with that. I built most of the trails in this town and happened to write the standard at 3 meters, and my side-by-side is 1.65 meters wide. So 2 side-by-sides cannot pass without banging into each other. So it would require significant upgrades to make those trails safe for users going each direction, not just one direction. So, thank you.
Are there any questions from council? Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. Mine is more of maybe a comment, the safety consideration for seniors, walking the trails, kids riding their bikes, and people generally trying to keep fit. I believe we need to ensure safety of those people when we are talking about the OHV users' rights. So I think the idea of working with to establish or to encourage riders association, and also to ensure that we follow the safety regulations and ensure that we don't exclude others because we want to be inclusive of those who would like to use of highway vehicles in residential areas. Noise and other complaints that we all have heard as councillors and as people who live in this community. So I really appreciate your detailed report so that they will, every party will recognize the fact that we really took our time to look at the details before coming to a conclusion about this. Because there's so much interest, both sides of the aisles, and sometimes even those.
Okay, Councilor Banjoko, do you have a question for administration? We're not at a debate point right now. We still have quite a few presenters to listen to.
Oh, okay. So.
Did you have a question for the presenter? Administration?
So did you engage those who wanted to be able to have OHV operated in the cities, and how did you manage that, since I have to come up with a question?
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, there was some engagement that was done by the consultant when the OHV strat plan was being worked on. So that was sort of, as I understand it, higher level consultation that would have been before the recommendations were made. So certainly there wasn't community specific consultation with residents and neighbors, but there was a survey that was put out to be answered. And then I understand there were also a number of targeted engagements with OHV users or individuals or groups who were identified as having some sort of interest in the trail system. So for instance, the snowdrifters, there would have been some consultation with them.
Okay,
And
thank you.
And to Councilor Joko, there was actually 3,000 people surveyed in the survey, and a question in the survey was, do you want to drive your OHV from your house to the trails? And out of those 3,000 people, 90% said they did want that. So it was a question in the survey, and that's what's probably got us here today.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Ms. Hanley. Do we have any other delegates for this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have a number of registered delegates.
Robin Borse? If you could just state your name for the record, sir, and just keep it under 5 minutes and remain seated for questions.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Robin Borse. I'm a 25-year resident of Fort McMurray, having lived in Dickinsfield that entire time, and for the last 18 years or so, my current home backs on to the Birchwood Trails. During this time, I have owned snowmobiles, a quad, motorcycles, two of which are dirt bikes. I enjoy operating and maintaining these vehicles, and you know, I spend most of my free time working on, I guess you could say, OHVs. I'm here today to emphatically and without reservation support the status quo regarding the current restriction of OHVs within the urban service area. I have no problems with it outside of the urban service area, but I'm going to look at this from a number of perspectives on what I think about this. So I'm glad to see this, the presentation. It was an excellent presentation. Nothing that I didn't expect from a legal perspective. One of the things I got out of that was cost. We spoke earlier on another subject that your budget's going down, your cap. And all I can hear from that last presentation is, yeah, you can do it, but you're going to spend a lot of resources on law, organizing insurances, never mind compliance with putting enough resources on the trails to make sure that the rules that we come up with are being followed. So this is a very small portion of our population. You know, the OHVers will say that, you know, everybody in Fort McMurray owns an OHV, but they don't. It's a very small proportion, and they're expensive. So we're really talking about a portion of the population that has a good amount of free capital to spend on these things. They can range from anywhere to $5,000 to $40,000 for these vehicles, and then you have to have a truck to move them to. So I don't support the municipality spending any extra money on trying to, you know, satisfy a few people and they're a very vocal minority, and the silent majority is not getting so silent anymore. So back to where I was going with, you know, so I'm glad to see the council has done its due diligence looking at the OHV arguments, and that you know, a fair trial is about to be concluded on this. And I think in the best of Western traditions, it's time for a hanging on this. We have to stop talking about letting OHVs on our green spaces within the urban service area. We just got to stop it. The notion that OHV operation with the urban service area is a potential, it needs to be killed, and council and the mayor and the administration need to be crystal clear that OHV operation is illegal and will be dealt with severely. And I look at that from a couple of perspectives. So you've done the legal look, and it's pretty obvious, don't do it. Yeah, you can spend a lot of money and do it. I don't see any value in doing that. So that's really from the legal perspective, that's a no. The one thing that really bothers me is the safety and the fire safety perspective. It's underplayed, and I don't understand this. The pro OHV in the urban service area crowd will say that, you know, you don't let a few actions of a few bad apples characterize us all. It's not fair. But firstly, there's no formal OHV organization. It's just a bunch of people that own OHVs. That's the only thing that connects them. So you get a lot of different opinions and operations, and they all run the gamut. But I believe as a group, the OHV crowd needs to clean up its act. And I can say this because my background is on a risk management basis. And in risk management, one of the things you look at when you look at teams or organizations, you know, a lot of you have probably heard this before, we look at a safety triangle where you look at the general opinions of how people view the laws regarding that, their adherence to policies and procedures, and whether it's all, you know, in a safe method. So if you're looking at a group and they're not doing that, there's malaise, they're not following regulations. What you can do, what you can see and forecast is that as you move up the triangle, you get more and more serious incidents until you get to the pinnacle where you get a fatal accident or a major environmental accident. So that's kind of where I come from. And so what I see is a lot of that. I live on the trails. I see a lot of ignorance of the rules, a lot of high-speed flybys. I see trail damage. You know, it's just a lot of irresponsible operation. Now, you can't say everybody's irresponsible. That wouldn't be the right thing to say.
Sorry, Rob, you've exceeded the 5 minutes, but
okay. I just wanted to close by saying that I'm against that, and I didn't believe that was 5 minutes. That's fast. Anyways.
Thank you. And we definitely respect your opinion. And I don't think anyone, especially here in this room, has ever wanted to advocate for anyone on the Birchwood Trails with an ATV. So that's definitely, I mean, I'm on there with a bicycle, and I would want to meet someone coming the other way. So thank you for your opinions on that. And do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Robin, for your presentation. Next, Jason Mills, behalf of the Buffalo Recreation Riders Association. Jason, if you would just state your name for the record. You have 5 minutes to speak, and just remain seated for questions, please.
Yeah, it's Jason Mills. Good evening, Mayor and Council. First off, I'd like to thank you for your time in providing this opportunity. I'm here representing the Wood Buffalo Recreational Riders Association. I'm a local. I was born and raised here. And in my younger years, we would ride ATVs from our house through our back alleys across the street in order to access the trails around town. There was even a time we were allowed to get gas down on Franklin at Robert Vargo's gas station. As our beautiful city grew and priorities changed, the easy access to our region's network of trails became more difficult. After the 2016 wildfires, I created the Facebook group called Fort Mac Times and Locations. At first, this group was created in efforts to communicate with the thousands of trail enthusiasts in the community, as all experience levels, and provided a platform for folks to make new friends and learn about our trail systems and how to use them safely. On January 3rd, 2022, we changed the group name to Wood Buffalo Recreational Riders Association and expanded the group's overall format. With over 3,000 members and counting, it has become the one-stop shop for safety notification, open discussion, group rides, trail maps, and conditions. Our members cut deadfall off of the trails, eliminating safety hazards. We provide help to others stuck when needed, and broke down just to name a few of our benefits. With all this being said, I'd like to discuss the current bylaws regarding the recreational use, public roadways, and continuous improvement projects that everyone in the community can benefit from. As we heard earlier, there is many other towns, cities, hamlets that do allow this type of access in Canada and the United States and safely, successfully granted recreational use across public roads and prescribed routes. So my question is, why not us? What do we need to do to achieve some amount of access? The most common argument is related to noise and speeding driving in the public areas. But what I've seen, speeding drivers will likely continue to use the streets whether the public access is granted or not, or not that they're and not that quite often enough they're speeding in the fear of possibly getting caught. To mitigate this, riders would require knowledge of riding within city limits. Routes can be identified by signage and posting. Access points along speed limit signs. A safety course could be required with definite prerequisites such as valid driver's license, insurance registration. Much like a motor vehicle, all ATVs would require functional headlights, taillights, signal lights, horns, buggy whips, whatever you have to make it safe. We could also promote and enforce the use of stock exhaust systems to reduce noise. As you heard, that is one of the issues we're dealing with. I believe that provisions and safeguards within the bylaw framework would provide many benefits to our city, such as reduce the amount of recreational use on any green belts, walking trails, and dog sled trails, which would save on repair costs in these areas and provide a safe trail for dog sled tourism training and people, as you heard tonight. At no time there should be access on our Birchwood trails. Reduce noise for the residents on green belts, reduce speed, since operators will not feel the need to race to the trail system and access points. Reduce the need to expand more staging areas, so this would be cost savings. I believe I could speak on nearly all of 3,000 members of Wood Buffalo Recreational Riders Association when I say it'd make us even happier to call this beautiful city our home if we had this type of access. Well, and I also think that how this idea would attract families who are considering moving here. I'm willing to discuss and work through any suggestions and rules that need to be in place. After 30 years of exploring our backcountry, I can map out almost 60-kilometer radius around this city and including our Richardson backcountry. In the future, I know we can get the volunteers and time, if the time ever comes, to make our trail systems around the region. I'd like to close in thanking all the continuous efforts with the surveys, expanding the Abasan waterways, parking lot, staging areas. They look great and much appreciated. As trailblazers of our community, help us blaze access to these trails and vast outdoors in Fort McMurray has to offer. I thank you again for your time. And just added notes, I do agree with a lot of the survey that Ms. Hamley provided. And the gentleman over there, I agree with a lot of the stuff they're speaking about. And if we ever need to sit down one-on-one, we can go through all that and just try to make it safe for anyone. But at any time, I don't think anyone's asking for access to Birchwood trails, greenbelt spaces. I think guys want to get off the greenbelts, have a direct line of sight to the trail system and go. Talking about cost and money and how wide they are. I understand how wide they are, 74 inches.
Thanks, Jason. That's
right
5 minutes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, no, thank you
But,
for your time.
So as you said, so have you ever ridden on the Birchwood trails with your OHV?
I have never needed to, no.
And is your OHV registered and insured?
Yes, sir. Costs too much not to.
Yeah. Did you take part in the community engagement that had the survey that asked if you wanted to drive your OHV from your house to the trails?
Yep. I made several comments, and I know several of the people in the group have.
Perfect. Thank you. Do you have any questions from council? Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for your time and your presentation. I know it's a long day. I guess my one question is, you kept referring to the trails. Which ones are you referring to?
I ride every part of Fort McMurray. I mean, I know Tower Road area, the Walnut area is very busy during the winter months because that's usually the only time you can kind of ride that area. But I mean, Abasan has a nice trail system and there's always access. You can link up to waterways if you need to. You talked about the railway track out to Sapper Creek. You can do all that, but yeah, that's basically our trail systems around here that we kind of frequent.
So most of the trails you're referring to are outside of the urban service area, not inside.
That's right. like at this point, we're trailing, most of us trail to the staging areas and go on these trails that are provincial land. They're not
Right.
really municipal land.
Right, but I assume ultimately what you would prefer is to drive it from your back door to your trail system.
Correct. In a straight line of defense, I wouldn't be stopping at the grocery store for a sandwich to go there. I heard speak of driving through school zones. I mean, there could be all sorts of restrictions and limitations. I mean, the list could go on and on and on.
Okay,
sure.
Yeah, that's all I was wondering. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you for, as Councillor Ball said, your time and effort in your presentation. So part of this recommendation is that administration proceed with striking an interdepartmental off-highway vehicle working group with mandates of such and such and such. So my question, if such a thing were created and the municipality were spearheading and working with groups, is that something you want to be part of?
Most definitely.
So in my mind, that would accomplish the tasks that you're talking about, keeping the vehicles away from pedestrians and destroying the green spaces, so on and so forth, but yet accomplish the tasks that you're looking for. So your participation and others' participation in something like that, I think, is the best way for us to get there. So thanks again for your time and effort, and I hope it continues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Jason.
Thanks.
Randy McKenzie, Dave Stearman, and Christina Traverse, Controlled Chaos Mushing and Mush McMurray. I just want to present, to state your name for the record, and just keep your presentation with 5 minutes, and remain seated for questions, please.
There, we're good. Good evening, Dave Stearman.
Good evening, Randy McKenzie.
Good evening, Christina Travers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dave Stearman. I'm the Director of Operations for Controlled Chaos Mushing, a local nonprofit mushing organization. I am joined today by my mushing partners, Randy McKenzie, to my left here, and President of our organization. I'm also joined by Christine Traverse, the owner and operator of Mush McMurray. Collectively, our organizations have provided dog sled tour experiences for residents within Fort McMurray and beyond for many years. And many have seen us at our local campouts, winter play, or just recently at the opening ceremonies, such as the Arctic Winter Games. We are here today to discuss the off-highway vehicle use in the urban service area and the implications this has for our organization specifically. Fort McMurray trail systems have become a large part of life for families and outdoor enthusiasts and residents, and we are fortunate to have these assets to enjoy. However, for groups who create and maintain local shared trails, there has been growing concern regarding responsible and respectful use of these trail systems. Most trail users feel a connection to the land and surrounding environment. The same is true for mushers. Many of our trail systems were created and have been maintained by mushers since the fur trade. Countless volunteer hours are spent by our teams preserving and repairing shared trails to be made safely enjoyed and shared for the outdoor experience of all users. Unfortunately, OHV use has dramatically impacted these shared trail systems, creating several hazards and potential for human and canine injury and causing irreversible damage to the land itself. Additionally, we have experienced that respect for non-motorized users of shared trails use is in decline. This also causes concern for safety and diminishes the enjoyment that the outdoor experience should be cultivating for both residents and visitors. While these occurrences are troubling under normal circumstances, it is particularly concerning when we are faced with these obstacles while showcasing our region to tourists. While our organizations love to showcase the beauty of the land in and around Fort McMurray and Wood Buffalo, we currently and do anticipate increased challenges should any potential bylaw giving enhanced access to these shared trails pass. Due to provisions outlined in the municipal land use bylaw, mushing operations can only be conducted on Crown lease land in accordance with provincial legislation. While existing control access measures are in place for the community of Prairie Creek, where we operate, OHV use continues to increase on specific shared trail systems, causing further damage to the space we call home and pose an extreme risk to our canine athletes as well as mushers. Further, I think it's important that we also recognize the fact that our trail systems have been established in the community for well over 50 years by mushers that have called this place home for that period of time in memoriam. At this time, I believe we have, worked very hard, and especially as an organization, not just as a nonprofit organization, but as a community stakeholder. We play a really important role in the tourism ecology. Our position is simply not to say OHV use on trails is not to be allowed, but is to further engage in the conversation that continued use as the years have gone on have provided gross impacts to our organization's operational capacities. So we spend more time trying to make things safe versus doing the thing that we just love to do. So over the years, and especially this year coming out of COVID, we found ourselves in sort of turmoil. How do we proceed when we're too busy focused on the safety and managing the assets that we own and the infrastructure that we've created? So in summary, things that you guys should also know is that the implications of this proposed bylaw would potentially pose a risk because people will be coming from the urban service area, touching and bridging onto Crown land, which is where we operate. Because we can't operate in the urban service area directly, we're literally like right on that line. So if you're familiar with where we're at, that's kind of, the gray space that you kind of find yourself in. But in closing, I think, our position's there. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation, and also the opening ceremonies was that was the highlight. I think you guys came around with the dog sleds. It was amazing. So you operate in the urban service area, your trail system?
No, it's on Crown land.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. It's kind of a broad question, but I'll ask it anyway. Do you believe that there's room for all of us? Is that a belief you have?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's room for everyone. The principal issue at this point in time is resources and labor resources specifically. So there's enough space for everyone to coexist. It's just a matter of who's established the infrastructure, who maintains the infrastructure, and then who uses it. And so at that point, the conversation then becomes, well, how do we expand the operation, or how do we continue the status quo? If we're going to continue the status quo of maintaining everything and establishing the infrastructure, then how do we proceed with adding something new to it? And that's where the conversation blows up.
Which is fair, and I think a 50-year history and the established work, and I know some of you have worked really hard at your sport and what you love to do. But again, encourage local off-highway vehicle users and establish a local riders association. And the whole point, I believe, of this would be to bring all these parties together to create something that works for everybody. The off-highway vehicles isn't going anywhere. I'm hoping to God you guys aren't going anywhere. So at some point in time, we have to come together to create an environment where we can all coexist, where the risks to people and property is mitigated and opportunities to continue to do what you love to do and expand it are also available. So again, I would encourage that once that happens, that you lend your expertise and knowledge to that organization. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Councilor Weigel.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. Obviously, you guys bring an invaluable experience to this community and have, like you said, for decades. And so I thank you for that. A couple questions. Is there mushers like specific trails that are just for mushers? Just I know there are for snowdrifters, but are there for mushers as well?
There are not. When we do tours, we have a 4-mile trail, and that's all we use for tours. When we go out farther for training for races and such, we go out and we hit the power lines, and it's not a big deal at all. The only issue is that 4 Mile Trail, when we're doing tours, and we've had tours from people all over the world, the trails back there are not wide enough. They were meant for dog sledding for years, so they're not wide enough. If we could make trails wide enough in that 4 mile radius, it wouldn't be a big deal. Everybody could use them. And if I'm just out training by myself, it's not a big deal either. I can somewhat pull over, and generally the quads and side-by-sides are quite respectful when they meet a dog team. It's just that there's parts of the trail that's just not possible to pass at all. So if we have tours from wherever, it's dangerous.
It definitely changes the experience, because I'm assuming people travel almost all over the world to come do this.
Yeah. Dave's got some statistics that.
Yeah. So I think the most important thing specifically when it comes to the bylaw is that while the trail systems are on Crown land, it's the access from the urban service area that poses the threat, right? So as referenced in the OHV strategic plan, there's access points that have been noted in there, specifically at Prairie Creek, where OHV's users have found a way beyond those access points, and there's kind of really no regulation associated with controlling that access point that's been breached. So that's where we then get the conflict of, okay, well, this space has kind of been non-officially designated as a mushing space, but historically has been there because we leased that land or what have you. So that's where that conflict kind of bridges, and it's just getting worse year over year. But to kind of go off of Randy's point, we see visitors annually. Like last year we did 46 private tours, but if you want to count, the impacts that we made at Winter Play or Mac Island, we're looking at like 508, 342 the year before that, and then it just keeps growing exponentially. So then, in terms of private tours that come actually to our space, we're getting folks from like all over the United States, California, now with the Flare deal in Arizona. We're getting folks from New Zealand, South Africa, China, especially with Northern Lights tourism. So like there's lots of things that are kind of happening, and we're kind of just sitting in this weird gray space with it. So yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you again for what you bring to the region.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I've done a little bit of what you guys do, but certainly not as much. My dogs are nowhere near as behaved as yours are, though, so they don't pay attention to side-by-sides. So the snowdrifters have a disposition on all their trails. Have you gone to the province to get one for yours so you can protect it?
We've started, but we haven't got anywhere yet with that. But that would be definitely something to consider.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I know it works for the snowdrifters, and for the most part, the off-highway vehicle riders, they respect that. I mean, there's the odd one that wanders onto that trail, but there's nothing worse than hitting a wheel rut at 100 kilometers an hour on a sled. So I can imagine on a dog team it's not much different. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much. Thank you. Next, Jonathan Feener. Thanks, Jonathan. You just state your name for the record, and there's 5 minutes, and if you remain seated for questions after, please.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Feener. First off, I'd like to start by thanking Mayor and Council for allowing me the opportunity to speak regarding OHV use in the urban service area. Lethbridge County, Parkland County, Didsbury, Chestermere, Athabasca County, Town of Athabasca, and Cold Lake are just a small sample of communities and counties in Alberta that allow OHV use in some way, shape, or form within them, some with more freedoms than others. These places are a part of a much larger list from Alberta and across Canada that allow such use year over year, and that list continues to grow. In fact, the province of Ontario and New Brunswick have allowed for it in their provincial laws and have encouraged each municipal government to create their own law on the matter. Communities in Newfoundland have begun to allow it, and the city of Corner Brook specifically has been expanding the roadway usage year over year since beginning to allow it. I've looked over the RMWB strategic plan. While there are many valid great points in there, I couldn't help but notice that of the 10 communities that are listed in the best practice section, only 3 have bylaws allowing use. Personally, I think it's a little biased, and in order to form an informed, objective view, an equal sample of for and against should be viewed. Why weren't more areas that allow it looked into? With just a little bit of Google research, I found that of the communities that allow OHV use, there are many benefits, such as increased tourism and economic growth, and it actually cut down on illegal and dangerous operation of OHVs. I understand that many larger communities south of the RMWB in Alberta still don't allow use. However, the key difference between those areas and the RMWB is geography. Many areas in southern Alberta are surrounded by private property, farmland, etc., and there are limited areas to ride once you get outside the larger, more densely populated areas. The RMWB, however, is not surrounded by private property. We're surrounded by a seemingly endless expanse of boreal forest, crown land, that is waiting to be explored. There are very few places of our size that share this with us. I guess you could say that the RMWB is a bit of a unicorn, since other larger places don't tend to benefit from such geography. This should not be overlooked. I read in the Fort McMurray Today last week that a report from the RMWB legal team suggested that OHVs remain banned from use on city roads, parks, and trails. The implied idea that this report that users are looking to have a free-for-all and ride whenever and wherever is just not the case and could be interpreted negatively by the general public. I can only speak for myself, however. I feel the majority of users would agree. No one is looking to ride up the sidewalk or on the Birchwood trail systems, nor are we asking to be allowed to drive in the parks, and the idea that is the case is just not true. We're just looking to be able to travel from our homes along designated roads, to get out of the urban service area to ride and explore the vast boreal forest that surrounds us. And with most communities that allow the use on the road, it still remains banned on parks and trails. And while operating on these roads, the machines and operators are subject to the Highway Traffic Act and laws and are banned in all areas that are solely intended for pedestrians. I know firsthand the region seriously lacks trails that are accessible during the warm summer months by wheeled OHVs. However, there are an endless amount that are accessible once the ground freezes, and promoting this in my mind is a no-brainer. As suggested, the formation of an association could benefit the region in the long term, and it could help possibly change this. This takes time, a lot of time, so we collectively have to start somewhere, and by allowing access routes, it shows the residents and the rest of the province that Fort McMurray is OHV friendly, and we're open to future and further development surrounding it. I'm not naive, and I do hear concerns that some operators will still break the law and create safety concerns. However, I feel that through education and enforcement, this could be alleviated. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the matter.
Thank you, Jonathan. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing it, so thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Terry Sondholm. And Terry, just state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes and remain seated for questions, please.
My name is Terry Sondholm. Thank you for Mayor and Council for letting me speak here tonight. I'm a long-term resident of 23 years. My family and I are avid trail runners, cross-country skiers, mountain bikers, and lawful OHV owners and users. I want to respectfully speak regarding opposing the proposed bylaw change for OHV use within the urban service area. I have a unique perspective as I have trail run from Sapbury Creek to Suncor. I'm a self-described nature enthusiast and a leave no trace user. The proposed change would further threaten the safety of all recreational users in the Birchwood trails, trails connecting the neighborhoods north to south, and all the neighborhoods bordering fire smart protection areas. Seems from the presentation by the legal department she has advised against the change. Personally, I have been verbally threatened to have myself, my son, and my dogs run over within the Birchwood trails if I did not move out of their way. My husband has had his feet run over by a snowmobiler in the green space when he politely asked him to move off the trail. A friend has had their cross-country skis ruined after falling downhill within the Birchwood trails, wrecked by an OHV. Another friend has had her panicked leashed dog break away and chased off by a dirt biker. There are many more personal friend incidents over the years where I feel unsafe in what is supposed to be a recreational area. I have called bylaw many times over the years to no avail, and it's getting worse. It is a foreseeable fact that someone will be hurt or killed in the future. As a result, you will see lawsuits and court cases. There are many signs that are posted. You don't even really have to know how to read, as the signs are pictorially posted at the entry of each trail. But still, OHV users are ignoring the current bylaws when there should be no reasonable doubt. I and many residents of Fort McMurray are also members of the Ptarmigan Cross Country Ski Club. In the winter, members and non-members try to enjoy skiing on the Birchwood trails from November to April. Ptarmigan youth athletes also train on these trails. They represent Fort McMurray at many provincial events. This year we hosted the Arctic Winter Games, and last year we hosted a provincial Alberta Cup. We have had OHV damaging and come very close to damaging the race course many times, and again my calls to bylaw have had no outcome. I tried to make a contact with a councillor, but my inquiries went unanswered. Our groomers put in 400 plus volunteer hours every winter season to keep the ski track in great condition. Can you imagine if I came to your hockey rink or your curling rink or to your golf course and put a big rut down its length? In the summer, residents also enjoy the use of our urban trail systems from north to south. Walkers, bikers, runners, hikers enjoy the serenity of the boreal forest. Students use the trails to get to school. There's a team of rmwb employees that keep the trails maintained all season, but especially in the summer. Cycling will become unsafe on the trails if an unexpected damage is encountered at high speed. Why would the city even contemplate this change when they know there will be conflict with recreational users and irreversible damage created? Then, through tax dollars, I have to pay to have these trails repaired by the damage that's caused by these OHVs. There are many historical examples of permanent ecological damage caused in many neighborhoods bordering the forest. Little fisheries in Wood Buffalo, Abisan, Waterways, Thickwood, etc. These areas have been inundated with illegal cutting, fire pits, semi-permanent structures, enormous ruts, mud craters, and garbage, with the municipality turning a blind eye. Now you are proposing to have this in our backyards. At this point, the current bylaw bans OHV use. It has been unsuccessfully policed at this point. Lawbreakers, to my knowledge, do not get caught, and if they do, they receive warnings. They come through trail access points at all hours of the day and night. Just yesterday, my husband saw someone riding the OHV down Confederation at 4:45 p.m. Tonight, guaranteed with the 20+ centimeters of snow that we received, if you were sitting at Confederation bordering Thickwood and Tower Road, you would see a highway of snow machines crossing the road from their backyards. We purchased homes in these neighborhoods within the urban service area to have peace and quiet. Again, the existing bylaw is not being observed. Where's the monitoring? If you give people an inch, they'll take a mile. If a straightforward ban can't be adhered to or policed, how will the more complicated proposal be adhered to or policed? What about the health of the forest post-fire? Our forest is in a delicate state of regrowth. Many neighborhoods bordering the rivers are in a state of erosion. With OHV use in these areas, irreversible damage is being caused by all these enormous ruts that are caused by the machines. Forest and shrub regrowth will never occur, which affects water runoff and the rivers being filled with silt. Our watershed needs to be protected. In this city, one of our greatest assets is being threatened. We should all feel safe where we choose to live. We should also trust that our elected officials will make responsible decisions that protect our quality of life of the silent majority.
That's 5 minutes.
Thank you.
And I think no one's arguing that we don't want any OHVs on the Birchwood Trail. So and hopefully be pleased with the increased enforcement that'll be in play. Do we have any questions for Terry? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair. Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
I've been running with you, and I know you put more kilometers than anybody else I know on the trails out there and do go across. You were talking about bylaw and constant calls to bylaw right now and to no avail. What usually happens once you call bylaw? Where does it get you?
Chair to Stu, it depends. Sometimes you will receive a call, and the person on the other end will seem empathetic, but it doesn't go anywhere. So I finally had a really good talk with our CMP, and she said, volume equals notice, equals money, equals resource, equals somebody out there policing it. So she just told me, just keep calling. She said, if you keep calling, you keep calling, you keep calling, people will take notice. So I've just, told all of our collective friends that if you get mad, you need to voice. You live in a democratic society, phone. They need the numbers to make the attention, to have money and resources put to help to police this. So
You have many kids on the trail.
yes.
Would you honestly say there's a massive safety concern having them out there?
Yes. And I'm not just speaking of the Birchwood Trails, okay? I'm talking about people that live in the Silvertip area on top of Golf Course Hill. I'm talking about the people that live in Avisan. Like, I know that we're really focused on Birchwood Trails, but this community has a much larger urgent center. Like, I can run from my house in Dickensfield all the way through urban service trails that are all within urban, all the way to Gregoire. So, it's I don't want to speak just about the Birchwood Trails, but yes, as a woman, if I have my headlamp on and I'm doing a classic country ski street at night, which is my right as a recreational user, and I come face to face with a huge side-by-side full of 4 guys drinking beer and vaping coming down the trail in my face, that's not cool, you guys. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not being policed at this point. So if you change the bylaw and you allow people to do that, and it's not about people like Jason or the other gentleman that spoke, because those aren't the people I'm talking about. It's the other 5% that are, giving us death threats or trying to run us over in the trails when we're trying to use them. So yes, I feel a threat to the youth, the seniors, and, I'm not a senior, but I am an avid recreational user. I respect this community. I respect the land. So I just want you guys to make a reasonable decision, and and I understand that there's OHV users. We use them too. We love going up to 6 Lakes, but we use our machines lawfully. We have the machine, we hook it up to the trailer, we put it on the trailer, we pull it to the offload yard. And I guess just we've lived here for 23 years and we've just known the law, so we've never tried to skirt that. And I could easily leave my yard from Dickensfield, go all the way up the green space, go across like Tower Road, like a lot of other, and they're breaking the law. They're breaking the law.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate your passion for the region. It's huge.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Do you have any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so thank you.
Thank you
both very much. Andre Lefebvre. With the Ptarmigan Nordic Ski Club. Just state your name, Andre, and then you have 5 minutes to present. And just remain seated for questions, please.
Right on. Andre Lefebvre. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As I mentioned, my name is Andre Lefebvre. I'm Director on the Executive of the Ptarmigan Nordic Ski Club and proud to represent our 400 members here this evening. As you may be aware, the club has an agreement with the municipality to operate the Doug Barnes cabin, as well as groom the 35 kilometers of Birchwood trails through the winter to make the trails accessible not only to cross-country skiers, but also other trail users such as walkers, cyclists, runners. Really, it's a gem in the community, and we have tons of users that utilize it for more than just cross-country skiing. As many others have mentioned, and I just want to reemphasize the point, the biggest concern that we have is the unauthorized use of OHVs in those trails. As an active trail user myself, I can count on more fingers and toes than I have the number of OHVs I've encountered, especially in the winter, especially at night in the dark, coming around corners, coming over hills, at excessive rates of speed, and you often don't know whether you're going to be seen or not by that vehicle operator as they're ripping through the trails. And I know we're not discussing whether vehicle or OHVs should be utilized in Birchwood. I think everybody agrees that we don't want those OHVs utilized in Birchwood. But I think on behalf of the club, we feel that opening up the ability to utilize OHVs within the urban service area will just simply encourage the use of OHVs through these areas where we don't want the use and where there is that safety hazard with other trail users and other people recreating in those areas. So I'm encouraged by the recommendation that speaks to the increased support from bylaw. I know I've also contacted bylaw numerous times, and often if you don't have a license plate or a very good description of the vehicle as it's going by, it's almost impossible for anybody to do anything about it. And it's quite disappointing, but unfortunately that's just the reality that we face when we encounter these vehicles. And at night in the middle of winter, it's very difficult to get those types of descriptions. So on behalf of the club, we would like to continue to support the recommendation here to not allow OHVs within the urban service area, and the recommendation to increase the bylaw presence on these trails to try to avoid these encounters that we seem to be running into over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Appreciate your presentation. And yeah, we'll be definitely increasing the enforcement on the Birchwood trails, as you've heard. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Pamela Pierre?
Good evening, everybody, mayor, councillors, and residents. I'm here also to talk about the misuse and abuse of some ATV users, and I'm saying some, because some are really responsible, some really don't respect what's there. The misuse by some ATV users and safety concerns of other users, not only on the Birchwood trails in Fort McMurray, but we have quite a lot of trails in Fort McMurray, as Terry previously mentioned. I've been a resident here for 44 years, and I have enjoyed every aspect of the development of trails to support our health and our enjoyment of nature. The trails were intended for walkers, for cyclists, runners, cross-country skiers, and downhill skiers. And we do have some notices that bylaw will enforce. And it's clear. You don't need to know to read. They come in pictorial views. They circle, as they say, no users, ATV, everything is here. And park offenders we call in bylaw. Well, I sympathize with bylaw, honestly, because you call them when an incident happens through the line. How are they going to get to the place where the incident occurred? It's a lost cause. So I'm not sure what implications there would be if you say, okay, we'll enforce the laws. That is just not going to work. I had a personal incident that I want to talk seriously about. I was at the Birchwood Trails at the entrance of McConaughey Crescent, and ATV user walking, myself and my grandson, 4 years old, and he did come straight to us and veered away. I don't know if that was a thrill or I don't know what he was thinking. I have a video to show it, but it really, really bothered him. At 4 years old, today he is 8, and it's a cringing experience to get him to go and enjoy the outdoors. Not to say about the older ones who can't run or dodge them. So that's my observation and misuse and my personal experience. So I find quite a few of them, I'm not saying all, okay, they're reckless, they misuse our trails and they disrespect, and there's high potential for hazards. The presentation given earlier should really give you guys a wake-up call. The legal costs that the city is going to suffer if anybody is injured. Like, think about this tonight, okay? Think about that. I don't want to make taxes increase just because of the joy of lunatics. Let them be, let them go to the places where they're designated use for their use. So we talk about the liabilities of the city. Why should you risk that for the pleasure of those potential hazards that we could endure? Is the city going to raise our taxes because we have to pay out insurance costs? I'm looking at each of you. Think about that. I don't want to grin. I don't want a straight face. I want you to just reflect on what I'm saying right now. If citizens are injured on those trails, the report suggested or it stated the municipality is going to have an insurance liability on their hands. Are you willing to pay it out without increasing our taxes? Sleep tonight, okay? So here I am. I'm glad that you could listen, and I'm so encouraged to hear the council's update on the former plans and it being revised. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Pierre.
Yep.
Great presentation. If you just hold on for a minute in case there's any questions from council. Councilors, do we have any questions for Ms. Pierre? I'm not seeing any, so thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
We don't have any more presenters, so before we go on any further, I just want to just a quick thank you to everyone that's here tonight that came in, and also for all the emails that we've received. We try to get back to most of them, but we do appreciate that engagement. Probably it's one of the most engaged subjects we've had in the municipality. Can I have someone make that motion? Councillor Weigel?
I move that one, that off-highway vehicle use continue to be prohibited in the Fort McMurray urban service area, including on municipal roads, greenbelts, and trails. And two, that council supports the implementation of the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo bylaw services off-highway vehicle compliance strategy for the Fort McMurray urban service area dated March 2023. And three, that administration proceed with striking an interdepartmental off-highway vehicle working group with a mandate to A, review and bring forward an updated off-highway vehicle bylaw for the Fort McMurray urban service area. B, encourage local off-highway vehicle users to establish a local riders association. And C, if a local riders association is successfully incorporated, that first work with the association to explore options for community-led initiatives that may increase opportunities for responsible off-highway vehicle use in the region. And two, identify and map public lands in the region where off-highway vehicles may be operated legally. And four, that administration, in consultation with the local riders association, if incorporated, report back to council with an update within 90 days, such update to include possible corridors.
Can someone second that motion? Councillor Binjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any member of council who'd like to debate before we vote, or to vote on a motion separately? Councillor Ball?
Turn me on it. Thank you, through the chair. Just a clarification on the motion. It says encourage off-highway vehicles to establish a local rider association, and if a local riders association is successfully incorporated. Did I not hear you have one, Mr. Mills? Okay, so is it official, or okay? Otherwise, I can just use their association. But okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I believe this question may be best answered by Director Berge. In terms of the enforcement, I think very clearly we've heard from all parties that the illegal usage, irresponsible usage has been gaining traction. And I don't disagree that administration has clearly recognized that and come up with a strategy. But I do have a few questions about, so I know people, for example, that their actual attitude is, you only get caught about once every 5 years, so I don't care how much the ticket is to drive across the street to get onto a trail. It doesn't matter to me. So keeping the cost affordable may not be as much of a deterrent as you think. But I see here within the Traffic Safety Act, driving an uninsured off-highway vehicle and the cost. What I don't see is, are we towing those vehicles when we ticket them?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, so there's a lot of pieces to that, and one thing that needs to happen is the bylaw needs to be updated. It's from the 1990s, and you're right, some may see that fine as just a fee for riding. So one of the considerations we have is to make that fee quite large, so it will be remembered if someone gets a fine. And to some of the other presenters, resources are something that we need to look at, and in our 2024 budget we'll come forward with some recommendations so that we can truly enforce this. We work in collaboration with the RCMP, but if you've seen, and we've heard some of the comments that people are ripping by the time we come to the call, in about 50% of the calls that we receive, they're gone. So it is difficult to enforce, but we have some strategies that I think are going to be effective to alleviating some of these concerns that immediately are occurring. And it's a targeted enforcement piece that I think will help. And we have the resources from the RCMP as well.
Thank you, and I appreciate the efforts that are being put in. But back to my one question, are we towing vehicles that we discover are uninsured? Because if I get stopped on the highway by the RCMP or anybody else and I don't have a properly insured vehicle, I'm not driving it. It's being towed.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, sorry I skipped that part, and yes, we are able to tow.
Thank you, because that's also a deterrent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair, probably back to Director Berge. You heard Mrs. Sunholm mention about the Birchwood Trails and the vehicles and OHVs. I guess my question is, Deanne, about a month and a half ago, I witnessed out on the Tower Road, RCMP side by side and two RCMP on quads try to stop a quad user or OHV user, and the gentleman didn't stop and they took off down Tower Road. So I stopped to let them start a chase, but the pursuit ended within about 5 or 10 seconds. And I'm told that there's a non-pursuit policy maybe in place. So I guess my question is, why would any of these OH vehicle users stop when they know that the RCMP or bylaw is not going to chase them?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, you are correct. When you get into a pursuit, the risk of injury is quite high. So the intention is to be in an area where it's more difficult for individuals to drive away. One of the other concerns we have is that if we're out and about doing some proactive patrols, word travels fast. So word travels fast, people calling their buddies, don't go this way, RCMP and bylaw are there. So one of the strategies that we're working on is really a targeted plan, so that if there is the need for a pursuit, there's someone at the other end of where they're taking off that will greet them.
Okay, and maybe this is going to be a question for another discussion on another evening, but do we have the, I guess, the authority to seize a vehicle if it is, I know Councillor Grandison mentioned about being towed, but do we have the, again, do we have the power or authority or whatever to for a certain amount of time?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, we do have that authority to, and are you referring to the OHV, to the off-highway vehicle? Yeah. So we would have the authority to seize that.
Okay, do you know history? Have we ever done that? I mean, the monetary fine, I don't think is going to be a huge way to stop the ongoing problems. Like, and maybe if we were to seize one or two off-highway vehicles when they were being, unauthorized use, it might set a precedent, or have we?
So through the chair to Councillor Bussier, it's been some time since we've seized an off-highway vehicle, but it's a strategy we're working with legal services right now around what's the biggest fines we can give within the bylaws that we have in place. So using the Traffic Safety Act, using our own bylaw, how can we make it painful for those that aren't following the rules? So we're working closely with legal services, possibly even bringing in the Crown to go, if we press these charges, are they going to stand up in court? So we are working on a plan that's going to penalize those that aren't abiding by the rules. And those are those individuals who aren't here speaking tonight. Those are those individuals who don't really care and they're not going to stop. So those, you know, and I think someone referred to it as the 5%. And I think that's really accurate. It's those ones, those individuals that don't necessarily respect others in the urban service area.
Okay. Thank you. And then just one final question, because it's been a question I think some people mentioned tonight, and a lot of the emails that we received reflected. When we called the police or the RCMP, they apparently say it's bylaws concern, and then you phone bylaw, and bylaw says it's the RCMP's jurisdiction. So do we work together with bylaw and the RCMP, or who actually handles the calls for the OHV unauthorized use?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I have heard that complaint as well, and I've had conversations with individuals who have experienced that. And it is a partnership with RCMP and bylaw. So if an individual calls in the daytime, the call comes into our pulse line, it's dispatched to our bylaw team, and bylaw services goes. And anything after hours, so when bylaw services is not on, there's an after hours number, and that'll be referred to the RCMP. But again, it depends on what's happening with the RCMP and that at that time if they can go to that call. So it's a priority.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. If this motion passes, collaboration with the potential community-based OHV group and McMurray Snowdrifters volunteer group would be important due to their experience and expertise. The McMurray Snowdrifters maintain 300 kilometers of award-winning trails in our region, providing safe and enjoyable snowmobiling for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Any other comments or debate points from council? I'm not seeing any. So I think we can all agree that laws are made and followed by people that follow laws, and people that aren't going to follow law aren't going to follow law no matter what laws we make. So with this motion, I'm really happy with the implementation of increased bylaw services, that compliance strategy. And as in our budget coming forward, we actually put a position for 6 more bylaw peace officers and 4 more RCMP to help with the community. And I'm in support of this as they're going to be working with a local recreation association to look for ways to work together in the community. And again, I thank everybody that's here today, that's written emails and showed up today. And it wasn't a short night. So I thank you for your patience of staying here this evening. And I see no more comments or anything, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. So thank you for participating this evening, everyone. Merci Cho, Kinwas Compton. Thank you, and bonne nuit.